Welcome to Alley Top Files. And here we go. Yes, here we go. I mean, you sent me that, and I'm like, I got to use that. Get crunked and listen. So, welcome, everybody. Welcome. Come on in. How's everybody doing tonight? How is everybody doing? So, we're going to talk about, a lot of the new stuff that has been going on today. Yes. And Chris won't be with us today. He is doing something else, but he's still in the chat. So it'll just be me. I don't know if we're gonna do members live after, but you tell me what you guys want to do. You tell me what you want to do. So, all right. First of all, there's been a lot of jazz going on today. I'm pretty sure Jeannie knows. Jeannie's in the house. Courtesy to get crunked and listen. Love the thumbnail. Ah, they like talking about me today, eh? Isn't that the truth right now? Hello, Renee. Flipping out in his space. Oh yeah, I know. On his space, things posted about him in Louisiana in space, which she had no control over what others think because his bad choices. Louisiana said, "I don't know because the smoke." I can hear her say that. Oh man, guys. Well, while I'm doing this, I'm running late because I'm trying to actually load something in. Thank you, Scotty. I'm gonna play that for you. Every time Scotty's here, I play that. Power. Okay, guys. You guys are my Flamingo Mafias. Thank you so much for those 1,000 joules guitar. Thank you. I'm going to send you some. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Look, this is what it is. We can't talk anymore. That's my feelings on the situation. First, I'm going to talk about a little bit of findings that I had. Um, what else? Got some spaces that are going on. I don't know why everybody's reporting back to the tactical. Um, and ADN had a great space today with Elizabeth Lane, Danks, and Bays. You should go watch it. It was fabulous. If you haven't seen it, you should. You should. Um, so hold on a second. I have to load something, so don't like mind me for being. I think I'm ready. I think I am ready. I hope I'm ready. Okay. So first, super sticker. Thank you so much, Debbie. I really appreciate that. Um, Debbie's the best. If you don't know Debbie, then you're not knowing life. She's the best. And I did show this. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. I really appreciate it, Inner Umpire. Thank you. And Renee, oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Because I'm under attack a little bit. Okay. Let's get into this crap now. Hold on. I'm gonna put I have to remove this. I have to put this. This post was by I believe Sam Parker. Yeah. Sam Parker posted this, and they talked about a little bit about this post on Diligent reposted it. It was on Sam Parker's page, and I'll just read what Sam Parker said before I play the video. Assassination plot update. The morning Charlie Kirk was killed, the law enforcement removed a rifle from the crime scene, now identified as an AR-15. The firearms expert Nate, Pahala Channel, the arrested and walking alongside is Russell Kennington, who spent several years in the military. While it is unclear to whether that Kennington's gun or whether Pennington was involved. That's clear that it's an AR-15 absolutely can shoot 223 rounds, which so happens to be the caliber of a live round found at the roof of the computer science building behind the Losi Center with line of sight to Charlie Kirk. So I don't know if you guys seen this video or not. It's important. So shout out to Sam Parker and Diligent for getting it out there. And these awesome men on the side panel, Jesse, Bays, and Valhalla. Let me play this right now. And thank you, ADN, for sending it to me. All right, here we go.
Short barrel. That looks like a short barreled AR-15.
Yeah. Ah, yeah. Now we're getting somewhere.
That's a short barreled AR-15 with a collapsible. Looks like
right,
looks
so,
like
so
a
one
looks
of,
like a hold on. Looks like a tan Magpul buttstock on maybe an 11.5-inch barrel, maybe a SIG.
To the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself. Yeah, from where the Losi building is, it's the building directly kind of south and east of there, from the Losi.
Southeast from the Losi building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was. Did
you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a 223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile and as a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this 223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact. Still had the primer had not been it was not dented up and fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end and still sealed.
Paramount Impractical did one better. He actually went to the campus and flew a very expensive drone. I don't know what this cost him. It had to be tens of thousands of dollars. I'm not joking. Travel out there with the equipment, fly the equipment, buy the software, build it all out. I've actually used this. This is not my drawing. This is his. And he did a live demonstration of this software that he built, or that he used to construct this 3D rendering of the facility. And he showed there is actually a direct line of sight from the computer science building to Charlie Kirk, because that red line wouldn't be there if you did not have a direct line of sight. Now, is that the most practical shot you've ever seen taken? No, but I don't believe he was shot with a gun at all. I certainly don't believe he was shot with a 30-06 from 142 yards, and I think this would be a 223 round from like 300 and something yards, 320, 350 yards. A long shot, especially dangling off the side of a building like that. But it goes to the veracity of the testimony from Mr. Davis. It absolutely is possible that a shot was taken from there, so it's absolutely relevant that a round was found there. It's absolutely relevant a round was found there. And we're supposed to take his word that the round is irrelevant. We're supposed to take his word for the fact that the round doesn't really matter because you can't get a line of sight anyway, when in fact you can. In fact, you can.
And that's that from that video. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, that's just new stuff right now, and it's I don't know if it's pinned on Diligence page, but shout out to all those guys. Sam Diligent, Bays, Valhalla, and Bays, Valhalla, and Danks, and ADN, and all those people. Great work. You guys are putting out great work. So that was an awesome video. Hold on now. Hold on, little girl. See what I got next. I don't know if it's okay. Everybody's seen this, right? Shout out to Wisha. This was when the timestamp. We need to revisit this because they're going by all these videos in court. So the timestamp changes, and there's a minute 16 missing, and you'll see a car go out. The white one. I forgot what kind of vehicle that is. What is it? A RAV? What? So you will see this time change. It'll just automatically flip in a minute. So if you look at that, it'll go 16 and boom. Did you see that? Did you guys see that? Go back
That
again.
looks like a
You'll see the timestamp change from 11:53. As soon as it gets to 17 seconds here, you're going to see it. Boom, it'll change. And 15, 6, 16, 17, boom, it changed. 54, 33. And the card just disappears here. Just completely disappears. Did you see that? It's just like what? Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, what is he holding? What is he doing? Where's the minute 16? We need to revisit this all the time because I think this video is very important. And again, shout out to Wisha. When we were doing this live on when we were doing the court hearing, we were seeing a whole bunch of things that were bizarre. The videos they were showing in court, everything was off. Everything. Even this. We can go over this again, 2 different backpacks. Obviously, everybody remembers this. And I think somebody pointed out something was different with the railing too. I haven't really gone into that, but I've heard about that too. Obviously, 2 different hats, 2 different backpacks. And we also went over this on Anna's show. This is from Diligent also, the chest wounds. So he had the medical examiner observed hemorrhaging around Mr. Kirk's heart and the hemopericardium, both of his lungs. So when you look up that's like chest trauma is what it is. And both of his lungs, left and right, hemothorax. I know these are all like medical words. You can look them up. And there was partial regions of Mr. Kirk's brain, also that. So, and it's very vague. This is obviously not a medical autopsy report. Okay. But that's important. Still important. We need to always revisit these things because, September 1st is coming. And so, oh yeah, I have this video. I want to get into this. Okay. You tell me what you guys want me to do. I can like literally play it right through, but I have to stop it at one part where the guy is filming, like, this is before obviously Charlie comes in. And the guy's filming the tent area, the crowd, and all that. So let me bring it big so you guys can see it. Okay. I'll take this down for a second. Can I not pause this? That I don't like. That I can't handle if I can't pause it. Oh. Give me a moment, guys. I have to be able to pause this or else I can't do it. Give me a moment. Why is it doing that? Okay, now I can. Okay, so now I can rewind and pause. Okay. So this is the video where somebody's speaking a different language and I see Dan Flood, sitting on the chair, touching the chair. This is before Charlie arrives.
That's so funny.
I feel like I'm in a safe space. I can make them.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I see the Trump hats and I'm like,
I feel like I'm in a safe
Wenn wir weiter runtergehen aufs Gras.
ja, Mann. My freedom of speech.
Oh, that's
It's always been
Nee. Und hat man singen aufs Gras.
Yeah, I know. I saw that too. I remember just being like, I'm not even going
Geil.
Nice helmets.
Thanks. Pass auf. Die Kamera ist mal so.
Here, right here, he starts talking in a different language. And this is where I caught, the language part, and there's Dan Flood up there. Obviously, I zoomed it in on the video that I posted. So I can't really zoom it in here, but I will show you the zoomed in photos, or you can go to my X because it is far away.
Also, ich stehe das in der Kamera stehen.
Ja, ne?
You'll see over
Das wär
here.
geil, ne?
Nee, ich will mich eigentlich in die Masse stellen. Also ich habe kein, also ich werde da nicht diskutieren, aber ich will mich in die Masse stellen.
He's touching,
Ist das geil.
touched the chair. He sat down on the chair.
Ist das geil. Then Bodyguard himself, okay.
Das hat eine Menge hier. Ich habe das heute Morgen nachgeguckt für den Ticketing.
Ja.
Kam so ein Artikel auf von der UBU und jetzt sagt sie das so. Also 900 Studenten haben unterschrieben, dass der Muslimverbot untersagt sein sollte hier. Ja, kack, die ganze Liberal Arts Schule hat sich denn gemeldet, ey.
Ja. So, ich finde, was dann auffällt.
Okay, so that was like the most important part. And yes, we're going to get into the spaces in a moment. In a moment. And then of course, then the car pulls up and all that stuff. Somebody makes him a tea, and it's not the same person that was making him a tea. There's 3 people that sit in that chair that, allegedly, I don't know. Some people are saying, "Oh, did they do line of sighting?" I don't know what they're doing. I'm just showing you. Dan sits in the chair. Angel, that's wearing the American Comeback shirt, sits in the chair. Anthony West sits in the chair, and somebody takes a picture of him in the chair. So it's all weird. It's all weird. And maybe there's a 4th one sitting in the chair. I don't know, but a couple of them sit there. So here I have that's Dan Flood. That's Dan Flood. I track where he goes because some people were saying, "Are you sure that's him?" I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to be saying, "Oh, 100,000%," but I'm pretty sure it is. And then he touches the chair. He sits in it. I don't know what he does behind the tent because we can't see. He's probably setting up the riser for him, the equipment case for him to step up on. I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? And there was people that came into my comments and said that it was German. The guy was speaking German. Okay. Was he speaking German? He said there was only supposed to be 900 people there, and don't attend the Charlie Kirk event or something like that, is what that German translated it. I don't know if that's correct. But hey, if anybody can translate, I'd love that. And I'm assuming it's German, right? Did you guys hear him? Anybody German in the chat? Let me know if you're German. Yeah, so you can clearly see he's touching the chair. And I've seen this before. Somebody did a video on it. But I didn't know he sat in it. that was different. Fixing the chair is one thing, and then he sat, and then I'm just okay, all right. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever done that before. It's kind of weird. But we're doing new things in Utah for this one. Doing new things. So and then this. Did I show you guys the video of that? I don't think I could show it on here. Yeah, I don't think I can. So if you go to my X, there is a video, a crowd video. The shot rings out, and then they hover down, and I put it in the chat. I could put the link in the chat. They hover down, and this was the weirdest part because I was looking for something else, and then I found this. As she's crouching down, that's her hand. The guy in front of her is filming, and then he pushes her watch to turn it on to show the time. I thought that was really weird. Are we filming the time this happened? You have to push the side of the button of the watch. You guys see that? Yeah? Does everybody see that? I can put the link also in there because I don't think I can share it on here. No, I'm pretty sure I can't. Yeah, it's this one. No, I can't. So yeah, I will put that in the link in the chat. You guys can watch the video. You can watch the video. So the link is there. You guys can watch it. So it's just like the shot rings out. They go, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, ah! And they go down, and he takes out his phone. He probably still had his phone. He didn't take out his phone. Sorry, he was filming this whole thing. I don't know if it's a he or a girl. The one that took a picture of the phone, and he's touching the phone, turning it on. And they were saying, "Let's pray." So I thought it was weird because the 12:23 verse, the Bible verse, and I shared that on one of my pastor's Sundays. Um, I can't read the rest of it. Somebody said the side of the Apple Watch said it could be like heart rate, steps. I don't know. All I can read is that is the time. So 12:23, 44 seconds. But the stuff on the side, I have no idea what that is, actually. But just the vibe of taking a video of the time and pressing the button on the side of the Apple Watch to show the time. That was weird. Wouldn't you like I think some Apple Watches, if there's a big bang or a crack, it'll won't it like contact authorities or something? Like let's say you fall from a height and something happens to you. There's an alert on your phone, or I don't know. Like I don't have one. I can't. I hate wearing things on my wrist because I am allergic to like metals and stuff. So I never ever wore a watch, and I don't wear earrings either because I'm allergic to that stuff. So if anybody knows, that'd be great. That would be great. If the bodyguard and I are okay, I took care of everything today for the ticket thing. I'm about 900 students signed. Yes. Sorry, I messed up the other comment. It's translated from German. Oh, thank you, Wisha. Always, always on it. Okay. If the bodyguard and I are okay, I took care of everything today for the ticket thing. About 900 students signed. Yes. Sorry, I messed up the other comment. Okay. Yeah, that guy was right in there. Yes, thank you, Jeannie. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jeannie, for becoming a 3-month member. Thank you so much. NABN, thank you. You translated in Discord too? Okay. Let me see. You sent it to me in Discord? No, you didn't. What are you saying? Is that message for me? I'm so confused today. But did I read it right? That was what he said, right? There's other people there that are German saying that wasn't what he said, so I don't even know translation anymore now. Oh, check it from Elite. Sorry. Duh. Where? Okay. Got it. Thank you. Thanks. Oh. Actually wanted to put myself into the crowd. I will not discuss there, but I wanted to put myself in the crowd, into the crowd. I want to be on stage. Isn't that awesome? Is that awesome? Is that awesome? My bodyguard himself, okay? This is weird. Often one has a crowd here. I have articles that I wanted to do tomorrow for that ticket for the ticket links. Yeah, but I have an article, UVU News. They covered that. 900 students have signed that he should have been canceled from coming here. You have the whole liberal art school that is one that reported it. Yeah. Well, that's odd. I'm gonna put this up on the stage. Okay. When I posted this, did anybody notice this? That he was speaking a different language? I'm so confused. Because this is the first time I've ever, that's why I shared it. I'm just like, I'm going to find something and I found something else. Um, so thank you so much for that. Put the comment back up on stage. Two guys talking back and forth. Yes. Thank you. Gotcha. I will post it here so everybody can read it so I'm not losing my mind. So I can look back at this after. I like thank everybody for chiming in who spoke the language because I had no idea that that video had somebody speaking in different, like, I thought it was Dutch. I thought it was something else. Hold on, I'll bring it up now. Is this one right? You guys see that? You guys see that? That's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Can't remember now where I saw that video, but he was recording the whole ride on the motorcycle to UVU. Yeah, I think I remember that too, Debbie. So yeah, so you guys saw that. So, okay, next. What do we got next here? Okay, so with that, because I can't show the video and I wish I could, maybe I can. I'll just mute it. I don't know what to do. Here, hold on. I would have to like mute it. Even if it's even loaded in my thing. So let me try. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay, let me try. All right. I can't show the whole thing. I have to like mute it. All right. So this is the video where I got it from. You can go to my X and look at it, but I'm going to mute it. Just fast forward it a bit. I'll just play that part. Just there. And then obviously they go down. And this is the part where he touches her watch. You'll see him turn it on. 1, 2, 3. He turns it on. There you go. You can see it, right? Turns it on. They say pray, 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 pray. And then, yeah. And then that's it of the video because it gets very like chaotic. He's running with his phone everywhere. But then I do it in a little bit of a slow motion. Where is it? Right here. I do it slow motion. Because he does do it. I mean, it could be nothing. Like I'm not saying. I just thought it was the vibe. The vibe was weird. Like he turned on the phone. He turned on the Apple Watch, and it wasn't her turning it on. It's somebody else's hand doing it and videotaping it at the same time. Does that make sense, guys? It's kind of odd. That's not my first reaction. I'm gonna push your thing on and film the time. Like I don't know. I run. I get out of there. I'm not doing that. I thought it was very weird. I thought it was weird. It's just the vibe that I had. Does that make sense, everyone? Yeah, it's odd, right? It is odd. But what makes it even more odd is this. So I posted it and there was also the the German person talking, but then if you look up the Bible verse, because everything's biblical here, they talk about 1223 a lot. Rob McCoy talks about it. Frank Turk talks about it. And now Jack Sobek talked about it. So when I heard Jack say it, I was like, what in the world? I am done with this 1223 stuff. And nobody knows what 1223 is. You can go look it up and all sections of the Bible if you want. But I just thought it was important because it is the hour has come for the Son of Man to be glorified. Meaning, Jesus talks about his upcoming death on the cross. He explains that his suffering will bring glory to God and save people. And I just said at the bottom, let's not forget Jack was smiling because Jack talks about 12:23. So we got the watch, we got Rob, we got Frank. Now we got Jack talking about 12:23. Okay. And they're all biblical. So whenever whenever they go on stage or anything, everything's biblical. So here is Mr. Jack.
Go down, and he's in the prone position, and it's they have this clock, like the timestamp that's up.
Why is he
And
smiling?
it's 12:20. I think it's 12:21, 12:22 when he first gets there, and I'm just sitting there like, stop the clock, like don't, like trying to will time to stop, like don't get to 12:23, like just don't get to 12:23. And he gets to 12:23, and you see him take the shot, and he gets back up, and then he runs across, and you've seen the end of it already where he makes the jump, but it's all there.
So that was weird. I'll play it again because he's smiling. So he's talking about this in court. So what he's referencing to is right after that last day in court on Friday. He saw the 4K video of the mammoth coming off the roof, and he said there was a clock in the courtroom or in the on the side of the screen showing the time, and he was saying don't get to 12:23. So there it goes with that 12:23. But he's smiling. I don't know why. Let's see it again.
Go down, and he's in the prone position, and it's.
Do you see this? What is he smiling about? I don't know.
They have this clock, like the timestamp that's up, and it's 12:20. I think it's 12:21, 12:22 when he first gets there, and I'm just sitting there like, stop the clock, like don't, like trying to will time to stop, like don't get to 12:23, like just don't get to 12:23. And he gets to 12:23, and you see him take the shot, and he gets back up, and then he runs across, and you've seen the end of it already where he makes the jump, but it's all there.
Yeah. So I don't know what you guys think of that. I thought that the vibe's off of that, and we all know that we can't see anything. I'm like, what? Wait, what world are we living in? You have your own citizens attacking your own citizens regarding this Charlie Kirk thing. It's just bizarre. Everything is just bizarre. You're supposed to be coming together. I think Charlie would want us to not stop and talk and like keep talking about this. It just I don't know if there was I think it was on Coach Call and he showed an episode with was it Strickland, Sean Strickland or something, that fighter. Yeah, he was saying, why don't just people just move on? He died. Let's move on. I'm like, what? I think it was him that said it. If I'm not, I apologize. I have to rewatch that Sean Ryan episode with that fighter guy, that UFC fighter guy. I was just weirded out by that. So now
we're going to prove to these low IQ.
So now
we're going to prove
this was on X. I don't know. I thought it was funny.
We're going to prove to these low IQ people that a 3006 easily fits inside slim fitting jeans. See, we told you, retards, neeny, boo boo.
Okay, so I don't even know. Help me live. Where is this? Who posted this? J Valentine 82. J Valentine 82, you're funny. I think she posted this one too, but it's from somebody else.
This is Jerry from Paranoid Testicles. Today I'm going to show you about guns. The bullets come out the orange part when you say bang, bang, and then the water grenades explode with fun juice. They are so cool. Blagga boop, zip, zang, gun.
Oh, so getting into that thing got cut off. But getting into this, he also posted this stuff. You guys can read it. I guess people are saying that he is getting paid by somebody. I never said it. I said has some people in spaces with him, shilling for him. I said that a long time ago. I think that other guy that was in his Uncle Tom's space and on Gary's space tonight said that I said something about that and I didn't. I never talked. I was like talking about a whole different can of worms with that Andrew person. Never mentioned Gary once in that stream, but he said that today. I did. So there's another lie. Just comes in there. Oh, on duty. I got to report back to Gary and tell everybody what they said. Okay. Bye now. You're done. I didn't say that.
There's no way to hold.
Okay, so we can get into it right now. Is this the first one?
There's no way to hold these clowns.
Are you guys ready or what? So this was from today. Okay. So they have these people in the space there, their names and stuff up there. Hold on a second. Yes, this was from today.
Accountable for any of this because you're right. It goes against their bottom line and it's giving like an inflated impression value that they're not going to do away with. And it's tragic, right? But I've always called bullshit on 230 only because these clowns do act as publishers. We all know that. They own our content the minute it hits, right? So it's very frustrating because like Sean just uncovered, and many of us for years have been complaining about this, especially where foreign actors are concerned. And even though it shows the country of origin, they're still taking in.
And anybody want to come up, they can come up and hang with me as we discuss these spaces. It's up to you. The link is in the chat.
Dollars from these guys. And they're also paying dollars out. Right. So it's, you have foreign actors who are monetized on this platform who are not good actors. So yeah, it's very frustrating, but I don't take this place as seriously as I used to, obviously, because since his acquisition, my account has literally been in the basement and I got kind of rolled into this algorithm called Tombstone. So I didn't get ousted from the platform when all other conservatives did, but my account got kind of rolled into this place where it's really hard for me to get out. And because I'm on over like 1,000 different lists, every time I post something, it gets blasted out to all these, these bots come and it's just a mess. So, but yeah, hey, listen, so I saw someone else tweet earlier about how easy it is to get like your TMU certification for IC World. And I was just wondering how some of us, can sign up for that. Apparently it's as easy as getting a certificate, in the IC World as it is as like a online pastoral certification. So if, you or Zach could point me in the direction of that, that would be awesome.
Well, it depends. Do you actually want to sit for the unproctor's exam and actually get one mailed to you, or do you want the one that she got, which took 30 seconds to make?
Well, I don't know. Like, would my IC exam involve like a black hood and some kind of weird site that I have to visit? And like, is there waterboarding involved? Is all that, like, tell me, Zach, what I have to do for the IC?
Well, it depends. Do you like waterboarding?
Well, that's for another conversation, Zach. And I think if you read my earlier post, you would know. That's awesome.
You will call her Miss Monica.
That's right. And only when I give you permission.
There you go. Yeah, no, she's been crashing out all day. I've been enjoying it because I haven't touched it since I did take a screenshot of one comment because it was hilarious. But other than that, I haven't done it. Everybody's been reposting my thread in her replies, and she's been crashing out over it. So
Yeah, Zach and I are basically waiting for her to just completely explode on us and go back to threatening
Oh,
lawsuits and everything else. I don't.
so you can see at the bottom here who's talking if you guys are looking, but he has been all day. The space was going on, and as it's going on, he's done this in the Blake Neff space. So when the space is going on, he starts, doing his little research and posting stuff about people in his comments. I mean, he just came into the picture. He talks about other people coming into the picture. He just came to the picture in 2025 on X in March. So I don't know what he's talking about. And it's just like mind manipulation. If people come attack me, I'm going to attack them. You are the only one doing the attacks. I didn't even know who the heck you were, nor do I care who you are. But yeah, this is what he's been doing today.
Like
Period.
Zach, I'm like literally wondering if she's gonna do that though, because I feel like I told you before, I feel like if she mentions us instead of Lisa, the people.
So he's talking about Leah Files right now because he's really on her, right? And he's just waiting, he said, for her to say something. That's what they want. That's they get like a I don't know, glory from it or something. So because a lot of people that are in these threads are saying something back. Oh, you're posting about me. Oh, this. Um, no, I think it's really funny actually. I'm getting my popcorn out.
Are going to come to our pages and they're going to see all of the information, the different types of information that you and I have been just dumping every single day on her. And
so, and I put it in the chat last night. And Gary, I don't know if you saw it because you were busy, but I have a theory that I'll put it out there, and if they're listening in, they can listen in. I'm wondering if she was already connected with the Baron crew, and that Baron instructed her to go after Lisa and leave Sean and I alone because they couldn't find anything on Sean and me.
Oh.
I mean, it's possible that's exactly why Baron went after Jen.
That's what got me thinking that was because when he went after you, he couldn't find anything good on you or anything he could use on you, so he went after Jen instead.
Well, they can find stuff on me. It's just it's not anything that I haven't.
Here he's posted the space this morning, and he wrote Sunday morning. Blake is a criminal alongside usual suspects, all talking about how everything is Fed slop, and hundreds of people are in on setting up Tyler Robinson to take the fall for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Blake recently got trespassed by UVU for unauthorized drone flight, and FAA is investigating him. So he keeps posting that about him also and others.
Said myself. It's like, what are you going to do? Post that I'm a recovering alcoholic? It's public. I mean,
sorry. What are you?
Find anything good on you or anything he could use on you, so he went after Jen instead.
Well, they can find stuff on me. It's just it's not anything that I haven't said myself. It's like, what are you going to do? Post that I'm a recovering alcoholic? It's public. I mean, I don't
know. We're not posting anything about you. I'm like, I don't even know you, so I'm showing what you're posting. Well, I'm like not spending my day posting about you every day, posting about all these people every day. It's so bottom of the barrel. It's so just gives me the vibe. You know the vibe, guys. Everybody knows.
It's just I don't know how I can test this, but that is a hypothesis that I was toying with last night.
Yeah,
Yeah, so Monica, the certification though, they actually, I mean, apparently it's unproctored. I did pull that up. You could take it yourself. I mean, it's a very prestigious certification that you can get in 2 hours worth of work.
I love it. And you know what I love the most is that I don't even know who the hell you guys are talking about half the time, but I just love the fact that someone else is in the shit pot besides me. Because that's been my role for the past 10 years on this platform. So I don't even know who this alleged attorney person is, or this. I keep seeing the girl's photo, but other than I guess I may have caught a clip of hers on
So,
Stu's.
so she's been doing the podcast tour now. So
Okay.
she started on Stu last week. She did like a half-hour segment with him. She's going on Elizabeth Lane's podcast on Tuesday. She was supposed to have a thing on Sean Ryan. I haven't seen any follow-up on that. I'm wondering if Sean canceled because Sarah, when it got announced, Sarah flipped out and she's.
You see, they're talking about Leah Files right now. That's what they're hoping. They're hoping like for her not to go on Sean Ryan. Like that's all they're like. Why do you care? Why do you care? Why are you posting about women? Mostly women. I mean, they don't post a lot about men. It's very rare. It's all the women. It's kind of strange. Is he scared of the men? Probably scared of the men. Maybe, perhaps. But I think it's really, really. That just tells me: is there issues with women for him? Like I don't know why he's attacking women.
Like, I hope he did a background check on her because she is not what she says she is.
Yeah, I thought I saw Sarah post something to that effect, and that's kind of like your that's kind of like a bad blow. Not that you guys aren't, but coming from another female who's actually legitimate, I see. Yeah, that's rough. But well, I'm sorry to hear that people are throwing lawfare around as usual. Especially in these spaces. But Sean, if anyone needs dirt on you, they know where to find me. Okay.
I mean, I've like talked about that stuff publicly from 2023. They say you can, if you Google me and care, like the articles come up. I put another person in the purple pill because I saw that this person followed me, and I was in that. I was actually on that space. I think when she was talking to Gary, which is the Lune Chantel, and her real name is Lune Nueves, and then her husband's last name. But she, Uncle Tom put out a YouTube video. It was like this anonymous girl destroying, Gary from Paramount Tactical. So I was just intrigued. I was like, oh, okay, well, who's this person? She's just right now, I mean, she tried to be like this social media marketing person. That business went under.
Which you pretended to like because she messaged me. You pretended to like her to get to get all the information. Like I don't know. I have no idea who this is really, but he's literally attacking her as well. I don't know. It's like kind of harassing, right? You're putting people's personal stuff up in a nest. What are you waiting for the bluebird to come get it? Like I don't know what you're doing. You putting all your eggs in a basket? I don't know. I don't understand what's going on here. I really, 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 feel for these people that this is what they do with their life, and they say they're not getting paid to do it. Any comments yet? Do I keep going? How are you enjoying this so far? Right? They're here saying that we shouldn't be talking about anything, and then they're posting people's information, where people live, their work, their first and last names, their kids, and we're just trying to ask questions about Charlie Kirk stuff, but what they're trying to do is stop it, is what it is. Stop, 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 stop. Just move on. Because if you don't talk about it, they're not attacking you. If you talk about something else, these people aren't attacking you. I'm telling you, they are starting to tackle everybody down, and it was in a space. I'll play it after. He was saying, Gary said, I have it recorded. He said, you have to come here together, and recruit everybody and fight their big fight. What fight? This is your fight against your own people? I don't even understand. Like I'm trying to understand it, and I don't. I'm not understanding what is happening. Oh, goodness gracious. Anne Marie Crochet. I love you. You are the best. Look at your DMs in Discord, please. I mean, I'm very bad at that. ADN can vouch for how bad at I am reading DMs. I am super, super busy, so it's only so much time in a day for me to read stuff. Did you send me something? If you did. Oh, you did. Okay. I sent it to my German friend now. She's translating it. German is her first language. This is what my friend said. You can hear. I also took a pic of the word for word. You put it up to see if what hold on, I can't see. Hold on. Okay. Translate. I also took a pic of the word for word. You put it up to see if that's what she hears. Text it back to me. I don't think the speaker is referring himself wanting to be on stage or his bodyguard. He seems to be describing what he sees, I think. Okay. And I think I hear him saying something like he doesn't want to debate, but he wants to stand in the crowd. I can see where the word by word translation comes from, but it's not completely accurate. If that makes sense. He is more celebrating the gathering, knowing that so many students didn't want it, I guess. He says, Is das geil, which could translate, that's awesome. I don't hear anything else in that clip. I can send you the whole clip because I have the whole thing. And was he wearing a helmet? Because as he's walking by, somebody goes, nice helmet. What? He was wearing a helmet? Did you guys hear that? Apparently he was wearing a helmet. Okay. Wisha, help me with that. Because I think that's somebody like he's walking around before he starts talking in German. He's walking around and somebody said, nice helmet. He goes, thanks. So thank you so much for that. Anne Marie Crochet. Oh my goodness. Jules, thank you so much for the 5 Alley Top membership. Who got it? Who got it? Like, I never know who gets it because I'm not like Chris knows. So maybe, oh my God, Scotty, don't make me laugh. Put a 1 in the chat if you got one. So I know. So thank you so much. Thank Jules for that. How generous of her. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Hold on, little girl. Excuse me, Scotty. Oh my gosh. Oh man. He's carrying helmet because he's the one who rode the mic. Was he the one? Perhaps? Okay. He's the one that rode in with a motorcycle? Is that what we're getting at here? Thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you. Quick. Are you at you got one? Oh, great. You got one. Who else got one? Just one person? I know there was 5 people that got it. Come on, everybody. I can't tell. Who else got one? Who else got a membership? Okay. We will continue on because I think maybe some people don't know. I don't know when I'm in some YouTube streams, I don't know that I got one. So I hope yes, welcome new members. Welcome. Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Do we have a picture of him? Do we have is he on camera somewhere? Send it to me if he does. I'd love to know. Thank you. Hold on, little girl. Tell me what he's done to you. Stand up, little girl. You know that song? You guys know that song? Oh, if you lived in my era, you would know it. Why am I talking like I'm fighting a battle? If you were in my era, you'd know it. You would definitely know. I don't know why I talk like that sometimes. My family says I do that. All of a sudden, I just talk like in a different accent. I don't know why I do that. It's not. Yeah, I'm weird. Okay. Next Is that one of your favorite songs ever? Whose? I love that song. Who's it by again? Goodness gracious, my memory. I know it. The 80s, right? Ugh. Who sings that song? I'm the one who wants to. It's Be With You. Be With You. Be With You. What is it? What song? Who sang it? Mr. Big. Mr. Big. That's the name of the band. You guys know it? Don't know it? Watch it, because like Ali sings that all the time. Whenever I say hold on, I have to get a shirt that says that because I sing that all the time. I'm like, hold on, little girl. Tell me what he's done to you. Stand up, little girl. Yes, I know. I just love it. I love the lyrics. I love the melody. Some of those old 80 those heartthrobs. Oh my gosh. Extreme. I love Extreme. Those older ones. I don't know. Okay, I'm going off the grid. I gotta get back into the boop, boop, back here. We're back. All right. Now we'll finish this up.
Her husband's super successful, but she has claimed that she was a 21-year-old. She's claimed like somebody actually sent me, actually two people sent me stuff where she'd claimed that she goes to the same church as Frank Turek, except Frank Turek is in North Carolina and they've been in Florida for over a decade. So, yeah, I mean, this is just the level of LARPing that we're dealing with. She doesn't have any credentials that would, besides drinking wine. She is a mom, of course, and watching true crime documentaries on Netflix. That's her expertise in solving murder mysteries.
I don't know who he's talking about. I think it's either this one or the Luna or Leah. I don't know which one he's talking about yet.
That's all we need these days. You know, that and follow Candace for the latest the theory to run down.
Sean should know all about the wine. Just saying. He should know all about it.
Yeah, somebody should do like statistical analysis on like how much sales have gone up for box
Yeah,
wine.
he's talking
since
about
Candace
Leah.
Owens like started this whole thing last year.
Sorry, he's
I'd
talking
be
about
curious
Leah.
about that.
Yeah.
Probably 2,000%. It's got to be quite a bit. Where's Gary?
She might have dropped.
If he's going through the mountains, he's probably losing connection here and there.
Going
Especially
through
that area that he's going through, there's a dead zone.
Going through the mountains.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have
It was
these
showing he was
problems if
having
you put
connection issues a
if
minute ago.
you put Starlink on his truck. Just saying, if you put Starlink on your truck, Gary, you wouldn't have these problems.
Did y'all see that post-mortem gal do the video on explaining like how quickly they deal with the body and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, she ripped Baron apart.
Pretty good to watch. She's pretty graceful too. I hope people don't fucking come at her and
Well, and
bitch and moan.
Even at the
Like
end
she
of
was
it,
very, very kind and
even
and
at the
go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, even at the end of it, she was still super kind and like, oh, he seems like a genuinely good dude, and I'm like, no, he's not. but yeah, no, she's very pleasant, very nice. Lauren, the mortician, I'll put it up in the
yes, he's a whiner. Yeah.
Jumbotron here in a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just worrisome because it's like, we do need like some sort of like, and look, I don't like the government getting into everything and everyone's business and all that type of stuff, but this is kind of like it kind of reminds me of like the Cold War, look back in history of just combating like propaganda from communists and their reach in Asia. And I mean, hell, that's what Vietnam was fought over.
Okay, so that's it for that part of the space. And I have the second one.
Not just calling Jeremy boring, Jeremy Airplane, Boeing.
Oh, that's so lame.
Okay, but can we all talk about his
It's
ear?
so lame, it's funny.
Because apparently your ears aren't allowed to stick out on one side, whereas Candace, they stick out on both sides. I'm sorry, I'm out.
Also, I'm one of those weird. I'm one of those weird names that a lot of people like to like. I've noticed this throughout my life. Like certain people like to use the two-syllable version of my name, no matter what. Even though I'm not haven't cut off my nads or admitted to being transgender or anything like that. Yeah. Apparently, it's like prominent among minorities.
And Lauren the mortician, you've probably seen her videos. She has like pink, blonde and pink streaks in her hair. A lot of her things were on TikTok. She was talking about the hands and stuff. So if anybody doesn't know who that is, you can just look her up.
Joel, are you
Joel?
Well,
I'm going to be honest with you. For moving forward, anytime I see
Superman's
you,
dad.
it's Joel.
If you
Please
if you ask Shady, I mean, my name's Sean, like the Canadian way, SHAWN Campbell, with the good hair. He's some actor.
What's also terrible is like
IMDb
what's also terrible is like among my fellow South Indians, they had an extra Y in between.
Bells, go ahead. What you got?
Hey, really quickly, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm still getting over a cold. I just wanted to say to Gary and, well, to all of you, you all are great. You know that, right? I'm sorry for everything that you're being put through.
What?
I appreciate all of you
What they're
for your
being put through?
honesty and for all of your hard work. And I just wanted to tell Gary happy birthday.
What?
Well, thank you very much, Chelsea. We appreciate you as well.
Oh, I have the so in Uncle Tom's Space. Actually, when Andrew was up, they were trying to, when they were talking about connections versus links. Andrew was trying to explain the difference between like a connection versus a link with the whole Andrew call that thing. And so I think it was Allie, was it the Allie? Her name is Allie Hicks, but Allie Top Files or whatever.
Oh, nice.
She was like mentioning you, Gary, and they kept trying to bring up anybody that's in a like.
Never mentioned Gary. If you guys were all in there, this was in Uncle Tom's Space this morning. I never mentioned Gary. So he's just like flat out lying right now. I was talking to Andrew Wilson. We were talking about, the necklace. Why did the phone go to Erica? I mean, in some crime investigations, they take the phone. That's the first thing they take. So why? Why is the questions that we were asking. And other people were in there too asking. And then he said this. I said something about, I didn't talk about Gary. And like, you can go rewatch that. I didn't talk about him. Talking about this space, like after that space happened, they start their own space. It's what they're doing.
This space, for example, as like a link, and they'd like mention me and Zach and some other folks, and I'm just like laughing. I'm like, again, like we don't work for Gary. I don't just because we're in a space together, because they're all in a space together. If that's the case, do they all work for Tom?
Yeah.
Like, does everybody in there work for Tom?
This is crazy.
How could we work for Tom? We're not reporting back to him. I'm not going, I got to go in Tom's space every day. I don't do that. Every time Paramount Tactical has a space, he's in there. And they're reporting people, putting them up in the nest. I mean, this is the mind manipulation stuff that they're doing. Like, oh, everybody's attacked me, so I got to attack them. It's fair game. It's fair game. Okay. Like, isn't that so, like, non-attractive, character? So unattractive.
This is exactly the thing. Like, they act like there's some. I wish we were as organized as they claim. I wish we were organized as they are. Again, what you have is you have Candace Owens has been working with Baron Coleman since probably November, December. She has been working and spreading the crap with Ian Carroll forever. The Village Crazy Lady, they're sycophants.
You see, they can say whatever they want about people. It looks like one time you say something about them, and I have never been in Paramount Tactical's comments. I've never been in Lisa's comments. I've never been in uh, Sean's comments. Any of these people, they come. Some of them come to my page. I'm not like posting it on my page for everybody to see. Like, it actually it looks bad on them. Like doing that, it looks ridiculous. Um, People will think you have no character. This is all you do. What do you do? This is what you're doing? Oh well. It's just it is it is what it is, like get out the popcorn is all I have to say cuz that's all they're doing.
Prejean Bowler, like all of these people have been coordinating messaging, boosting and posting one another, and then all of these other people have their own little suborbits that do the exact same thing. Like it is wild. Like if I have someone on my show, suddenly they're working for me, or my God, I just throw out a link for subscribers and commenters to come on the show like Sean did. That's all it took, Sean. You jumped on there, and of course now I hope you appreciate that 401k that I'm providing you and all
He
the other
absolutely is not
bennies.
providing shit. Not $1.
Where's my 7K at? Where's my 7K at?
It's so ironic.
I want to know where my
I
stuff.
feel like we are actually kind of the most grassroots organic thing that you could ever imagine, just rising up. And they cannot comprehend that because they are so fake.
Oh, who's
Exactly.
that? The Brita girl?
Yeah,
Oh
100%.
man, she's
Where
just
this is my feeling. All right, my suspicion is they get together.
We're going on vibes now, Gary. I
and
thought that was their team, their side to do that.
here's my vibes. Here's my vibes, bro. Here's my vibes. I admittedly have no evidence of this other than just watching what happens and see it play out in real time. But I do think that Candace Owens and Baron Coleman get together and they talk about absolutely BS narratives. They know that they're BS narratives, and it is planned and coordinated to push these things, and the timing of it and everything else. So that's my conspiracy. That's my vibes and feelings. That's my allegation without any sort of evidence other than what I'm seeing. But
Well, I mean, she
that's
has said that. She's said that she spent time on the phone with him, which is really funny because she told us she's not a phone person because she doesn't like the little thingy in her ear and she doesn't trust phones. That's why she never called Charlie conveniently. But Baron and I, we talk for hours on the phone. It's like, really, Candace? Interesting.
yeah, they are sending each other super chats. I mean, it's I don't know. Like I said, it is.
Gary, you cover a whole Candace live stream and accept super chats. So it's like being very hypocritical here. And then you have all these people, you saying that you don't know them, but they're in there and they're reporting back to you of spaces that he's lying about what people said. Go listen to the space yourself. I mean, this is ridiculous. This one, and this one, both always in his space, always, and saying, "Well, this one did this, so that one did that." But I don't really know Gary, and Gary doesn't know me. Okay, we're gonna play that game.
Ironic how obvious the projection is from their side to what they try to accuse us of.
Like, we would be so powerful if we even remotely tapped into what they do. But we're literally just real, and they don't know how to comprehend that. They
You're
don't even
real?
know how to register that because they are
Okay,
so
Britta.
fake.
Maybe you need to refill your Brita filter.
Here's the thing: is they sit there and say, they want to make all these accusations of I'm working for TPUSA. I am, paid by DOD. Like, if that's true, then why don't I have a lot more resources? If I have the DOD, if I have the U.S. government, why am I not boosted? Why do I not get DOD contracts on a regular basis? I have a small veteran-owned, disabled veteran-owned business certification. I could be doing DoD contracts left and right if I wanted to. They're too big of a pain in the ass to do it.
Well, that's
And
part of
you
the
know,
op. That's part of the op, you know,
yeah.
because if you got too big too fast, so they
Oh yeah.
have to
So
keep you small, even though they're controlling everything, and that all of the engagement you get is fake, but also they can't give
got
you
it.
good engagement either.
Oh, it's like 40 chest.
It's like 70 chest.
70 chest. Yes. Now I get it.
Did you
Now
say
I get it.
chest with a T or chest?
Who?
Okay, these aren't bra sizes.
I said chess with 2 S's, no T.
Yeah, I mean,
Monica's
this is
got one
just
thing
it.
on
I
her mind
mean,
today.
technically, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about 40, 5D, 60, 70 chess when it comes to El Presidente. So,
yeah.
Paramount tax.
I will just say I've seen a few of them play, in particular Eco play chess. I'm not impressed.
Oh.
And
Okay, I'm
that's just
jumping in. Since my hand was up, nobody's calling on me, so I'm jumping in.
He was injured too.
Jump in there, Ken.
Okay.
Jump in, Ken.
So I want to tell you everything I've learned about you this weekend from these tards. Okay.
Oh my God, this woman. I don't know if you guys watch this part. I don't know. She's been all in all the spaces listening to everything. It's like, let's report back to Gary.
Okay. So first of all,
Please, I'm all ears because I haven't listened to it. I want to know.
well, I have been battling hard. You saw me post like I've been battling hard for 2 days. We need you back. So I sent you a picture that they made of you. That was outrageous. It's all you got reindeer, rainbow furry boots on. And yeah, you'll have to look in your DMs. And then I've learned that
I just want
I
to
want
warn
that
everybody
photo.
that could
Yeah,
be
I want
legit.
that. I want that photo. Please DM
That
it
may
to
have been a leaked photo.
Wait, was the pink Speedo legit? Because I might have printed that one out.
You told me that was personal.
so I've also learned that it was confirmed today that you definitely are paid by TPUSA because you're very close with Blake Neff.
Oh, I'm very close with Blake Neff now.
Yes, and they all come on your spaces, and so you're very close with him. And what else? Oh, you're about to get another contract with the government.
Oh.
And what else? They choked Charlie with the seatbelt. This is really sick. They choked Charlie with the seatbelt once he was in the vehicle and then shoved the bullets in the hole that was created by the microphone, which I've heard part of that before, but never the seatbelt part. What else? I watched Diligent go through a video and all of a sudden he's saying they were signaling, which you might have seen that, so that Tyler Robinson or whoever was on the roof, not Tyler Robinson, but was signaling because he had this big flash thing that he was like a big piece of paper or something that was reflective.
It's literally the
I know,
windshield in the
I
background.
know.
But
And then he said he had a gun case, and he like draws the outline of the gun case. And I mean, I've posted in there, I've commented so much back to them, and I've been surprised they haven't been attacked so far. But I learned this weekend that they have Tyler Robinson had a freaking dash cam, and they have his Google Map searches that he made from where the gun was to his home. And
wait, who is
I'm
they?
sorry,
Who is they?
where did I hear that?
They do have the Google searches from his home, and that's in the Apple search words, I believe, but those are outlined.
Yeah, so somebody I was listening to go through the evidence said that he had a dash cam. And then I was listening to our Andrew Wilson came in today in Uncle Tom's space, and he owned their asses. And they'll turn around all day long and say, like they're saying Lune like owned you, and that when she was talking to you in the space, she owned you and everybody else that was in there. And I mean, literally,
2 days ago, I think it was, they were on for 14 hours at least. Today they've been on over 8 hours. And there's been 2 or 3 spaces about all this stuff every day for the past few days. So it's, I mean, I was thinking it might, I thought maybe there was one space at a time. On occasion, it might slow down a little bit, but this weekend, it really seems to have ramped up. So I've been in there battling, but I think I'm going to get an alt account so I won't be attacked. So
I just want to jump in because I saw in the search warrant affidavits that there was actually multiple Google routes that Tyler Robinson searched.
Yes.
One was from a nearby shopping center to the Quick Quack car wash.
Yes.
They also got surveillance footage. And then later was from like around the gun, I think probably where the Nest Cam video got him back to his house. So these are just more data points that put him around UVU, which the defense is going to have a hard time explaining away. I don't think they're going to deny that he was there.
So I was watching Trigger, is it Trigger Point? Is that Trigger Smart? I've never watched him before, but I'm about halfway through one of his videos where he goes through the video that Tyler's on the roof. And he
which is actually a really good
Yes, it
video. I
is.
think he's going to he's going to lose some following of that, and next thing you know, he's going to be accused of being a Fed.
Right.
But
Oh, what did he say about Trigger Smart? Trigger Smart know that? He loves his video. They're only gonna love what fits their narrative. I love Trigger Smart video. Better watch out, Trigger. They're gonna call you a Fed. Anything else beyond their narrative, they don't even want to discuss or talk about. So that's I guess they're talking about Trigger Smart's video about I guess the roof and Candace Owens video that was put out and the sign and all that stuff.
Well, he goes through
it was a well done and honest.
Yeah, he goes through frame by frame. Sorry, I'm walking my dog and he's attacking another one. He goes through frame by frame and there is recoil when he shoots the gun. That you can see.
Yeah, there's definitely some foot movement that seems to
and his
correlate
head
with
too.
the time of the
Yep,
shot.
and his head.
Yes.
And I loved how he went through
So we can see recoil and we can see a man. I see a blur, a blob, like Attack of the Blobs. Like I don't see recoil. So I mean, well, I have some I don't how do I say this? Like Trigger Smart does great work. Though we were talking about the sign and I still feel like the sign was too close to the shooter. That green sign that's in the background. I want to know the lens of the security camera and where it was coming from. All those things I need to know before making a decision. I'm just telling you, in my opinion, that sign is it's like way too close, almost like you could touch it. I understand perception, things come closer as you zoom in and all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, I posted all about that as well. Though Trigger Smart does do a rundown of it. Would love a video expert or cameraman or I don't know or security cam. I need to know what the lens is. Does anybody know? 'Cause I don't know. And where was that footage shooting Tyler? Also. So he's shouting out Trigger Smart there. Loving his stuff.
how you're standing up, the recoil, and how the difference in the recoil. And he showed several different videos of people shooting, standing up, and how there was a lot more recoil when they were standing or sitting, as opposed to laying in the prone position. So, and he blew away all of their stuff about he was too far from the edge of the roof and just all the things,
Yeah.
And I mean, I've shot a lot of guns for a long time, and like I know you said this before, Gary, but people are so stupid. They don't understand that you could get up there with a long gun with a scope on it, and you could take that shot.
Okay. So that's what she said. Obviously, I didn't record the whole space, right?
There's no way to hold these clowns.
So this is pretty much. This is just. Did I play this one yet? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if I played that one already because I did play this one, which is. Yeah, I already played that. So the last one I already played. Okay. So as we're going on here, I have to play the other one because I have another one. While I look for that, hold on. I don't know if anybody's seen this yet. I'm just gonna go look for the other video. I'm gonna pop it up here in a second. Yeah, I didn't watch all of Trigger Smarts. He does great work. But I'd like to know what he thinks too. What does he believe it was Tyler? Like, I don't know what his take is on all this. Um, would be interesting to know what he thinks. What happened? Um, so hold on one second. I just gotta give me one moment. I have to put something else up on stage here. Hold on, little girl. Tell me what he's done to you. Okay. Share screen. Here. Gotta set it up. This was all right. This was a space that hold on. That happened about a couple of days ago. Probably didn't hear it. You guys probably didn't see it by Mr. Green Beret, but Gary's in there. So I guess they know each other. I mean, I feel like X is all military anyways, so hail to X and all their military people. It's very toxic out there. Who's slurring? Where? Where? The girl? I don't know. Her name was Kimberly or something. All right. Here we go. Let's do this now.
All right, y'all get those?
Yep, I got it.
All right, cool. Sorry, guys. The last time I did a space, this happened 3 times. It just randomly, like, the screen went black, and yeah, I don't know. So insane. All right, so we got co-host Dante. Did yours come through? No.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
All right, cool. So that'll keep us from the space dropping again. I'll go back it up on the computer here in a second as well. Sorry, Zach. Jump back in. What you were saying? My bad.
Yeah, so I don't know when it cut off exactly, but basically, when she ticked me off, I reached out to Sean, saying, "Hey, have you heard of this person? Know who she is." As soon as we got her name, I reached out to my contacts. I was like, "Hey, I don't recognize this person. Have you ever heard of her?" And none of them had. And then I did some digging and found some connections that she's actually really close to home for me, and was able to verify her work history. And everything that she says online is a complete fabrication. She does the Candace Owens things where she mixes in a little bit of truth with a bunch of exaggerations and lies, and leaves the innuendo to let the end user kind of fill in the blanks with what she wants them to think.
Yeah, and so so while Zach was doing all that, I was sourcing some of the like employment verifications through my press credentials and whatnot, my publications. So we have spoken with some of these companies to verify the dates. Obviously, they're not going to give us much more than like dates and stuff like that. I was able like with Torch, I was able to kind of strike up a friendly conversation, and they did tell me that what she did for the company and They didn't even know who she was because newer employees. I'm not really sure. Told me that that chief of staff role is kind of evolved, but back when she was doing it, it was more of a like kind of an HR meets project manager role. The description of it is pretty much dead on. There's nothing intelligence to it as far as and when I say that, I mean like it's not an intelligence role, it's not an analytical role or anything like that. It's just finances, payroll, and she was dealing with CEO and COO and stuff like that. So she was dealing with the day to day with those individuals, but she had nothing to do as far as like with contracting with like Torch AI, as far as government contracts and stuff like that. She didn't have anything to do with that. They do deal with government contracts, but she wasn't dealing directly with those individuals. She was dealing with the CEO and COO specifically.
Yeah. So I've made that point a few days ago as well. Like, imagine if I had been saying I was SF this whole time, and then it turns out I was a contracted, like S1 civilian, GS civilian or something, working in the S1 office for a group. Like that would be a deep betrayal of everyone's trust, because obviously I'd been misrepresenting myself as something that I was not. That's what she's doing. The first line of her bio says 20 years in Intel. Now, to any normal person, anybody really, when someone says that, that means that they were actually in intelligence. They were doing something, whether you're an analyst or whether you're a case officer or whether you're just, there's all different kinds of roles. We're not going to get into like all of them, but that would be something that would be considered in Intel. An accountant adjacent, that's not Intel, and you don't get to represent yourself as this specific like level of expertise when you are not it. Like this is just basic stuff, and that's what really so there's your first red flag. All right, so when you see that red flag, now you go look at any of her stuff and you can easily pick apart what's going on here. She takes normal business payments or normal business just ongoings, how they work with other companies, how they work with donors, all the things, and she makes them nefarious because most people just don't understand how that stuff actually even works. And so it's really easy to especially she's at least been in that finance side of that world, so she does understand it. So she's literally actively lying to everybody that she knows doesn't understand that. And that's even like the bigger picture here. It's like, this is more than just, hey, I'm just going to pretend I'm this dude and like wear these badges and then hopefully I'll just make a little bit of money and move on. No, she's like actively lying and covering for our enemies and pushing things that are anti-American. And she knows she's doing it. She knows it's not true.
And like right now, I've been putting this video out. I don't remember what podcast that she was on. This is like one of the first podcasts I think she was on, Zach. I think if that's correct. But it's her saying that she was like at the NSA. She starts to say that she was working with the team, and then she changes it like in the middle of speaking. But the thing is that like if you look at her resume, she was what is it, POC at the time that Bin Laden was captured. So like that company doesn't have anything to do with that type of work at all. Like we all in here know what that company does, and that's just a complete fabrication. And I'll let Zach kind of touch on that some more because he kind of has a little bit more insider information on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give too many details because that will give some collateral damage away. But suffice it to say that there's somebody very close to her that actually could have had that experience, and she's taking credit for it. And she knows she's taking credit for it, and I'm pretty sure that he does not know that she's taking credit for it. But you're right. She was at PricewaterhouseCoopers. She was not on the team that was involved with that. She was not anywhere near the teams that were involved with that. She's relaying somebody else's story as her own.
And she herself admits that she, in that video she put out after like accusing us all and then tagging Lisa, that she worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers. So I think the thing here is that she didn't expect that we would be able to put all these pieces together and actually obtain everywhere she had worked. So I don't think she saw that coming. and then she puts out this poem, and then like she pivots to the flock thing. I mean, I can't confirm, but it was I was asking Zach, I was like, does this sound like she's responding to like my tweet? Obviously that gets into more conspiracy stuff, and I don't want to really do that. I don't have evidence that she's doing that, but it was very odd. It was odd to me. But again, I can't confirm it. I don't know that's why she did it. But the flock thing was just funny to me because I have a history of calling out flock long before she's been talking about flock. I know we talked about the IoT stuff earlier, so many of us have talked about flock on here. So it's people in here have probably been tweeting or talking about flock long before she has. And so I was just like, what are you talking about? Like none of us care that like you have a problem with flock. Like that's just ridiculous.
Well, and the real problem here is that she's monetized all this, and just like what Chase said just a second ago, is she's selling products based on her experience. I mean, this is fraud. This is fraud. And this is the problem. What's going on? I mean, really, what it comes down to is Candace is doing the same thing to some extent. But I mean, again, she's selling a product and making a lot of money off of this, and based on experience that she doesn't have. That's really what it comes down to.
Not just a product. She's got her little PDF that she sells, but she also has a Substack that she charges for.
Yeah.
And she's got as many subscribers on that Substack as people like Dana Lash and Bridget Fedesi, like some people that are actual credible journalists that have been around for a while. She's got more subscribers on Substack than they do, which is insane because that's usually a platform that you grow slowly on.
And I would just like to add a few more bullet points in here too, if I may interject real quick. First off, Gary, she has to fund her next round of poker. So that's where all the grift is going. So let's just cut that out, get that out there right now. Second, just to address this from the onset about like the doxing stuff, this woman licensed a business, an LLC, in her children's name. Publicly available information, just registered it with their name. She can dox. Live interviews throughout various different parts of her house. And you look in the background, there's just all these different points of interest which kind of expose her a little bit, so you can see like literally pictures of like family vacations and stuff like that in the background. Anyone with any just a million.
Oh, yes, you can't hear what I'm saying. I completely apologize. I had myself muted. So what I apologize. I did it again. I did a Baron. Sorry. Whoever told me that, thank you so much. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you. Nothing is real because right now nothing is real. We're living like that's. I was muted. I apologize. Okay. So what I was trying to say is going to talk about he's talking about Leah Files and the doxing and all that stuff, and then he's talking about a daughter. He's talking about Billy Webb's going to come into the picture here. This is what I was saying, and we know that Sean posted like some pretty shady pictures of her online on X. I think that's freaking disgusting, and she comes in there, and I don't like think he says anything, but we can listen. And the one who's hosting this is Green Beret, and you see that Paramount Tactical's in there. So I guess allegedly they're friends or something. But yeah, so there's a lot of people that have got attacked really hard, harassed. I mean, that shows your character if that's what you're doing day in and day out. Because I don't think that's what if you look at his posts on both of them, that's all they do is just they post about people all day long. Um, Only for this Charlie Kirk thing. So it's bizarre. It's bizarre. So, sorry I was muted there for a second and you couldn't hear me, but they're going to be talking about Leah, and then Billy Webb comes into it. So just try to listen. I'll mute myself again. Okay.
Millisecond of experience and intelligence knows that that is everything you don't do whenever you operate in the particularly the information warfare environment. So I mean, yeah, there was nothing that stood out to me about her being, you know, part of National Clandestine Service, anything like that. And I'm just going to get my spiel out here real quick because you guys know much more than I do. But when I had looked into her back in April, I had come across the poker stuff because I ran facial rec and I came across that, but I didn't have like the full name, and I didn't really delve into it. I was kind of, you know, I had some other things going on. But yeah, I mean, it's the evidence is overwhelming that she's a fraud, and you know, I hope she just comes clean about it, man. And that's it. She can go back to her grift after that, you know, just say finance specialist, whatever, you know, here's how to, you know, read Edgar for the SEC. But, you know, anyways, I'm going to land it there, guys.
Yeah, and that's part of the issue that I have is if she had just come out as a female Alex Jones and just pushed her nonsense, no big deal. Like, you know, all right, we're gonna refute your nonsense or ignore it. But she's trying to use a fabricated background to give herself credibility and basically dismiss any criticism of her nonsense.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
And to that point too, about the gambling stuff, the U.S. government is under no circumstances going to grant a clearance to someone who's a professional gambler. There is nothing in the world that could justify that.
And also, it's like to Dante's point, like, so I was when I first got interested, like, I don't know, like maybe weeks or a month ago or something like that, when I started like kind of look, so I was doing the same thing that Dante was noticing, right? So I'm looking at some of her older videos where it's at a certain angle with her little gamer mic, and I can see like the family photos in the background. I can see the staircase and all that. So I can enhance all that stuff. And somebody in intelligence would understand that, like anybody who works in like open source investigations, open source intelligence, like we have the tools and the methods to be able to, you know, see you based off of reflections and do geolocations and all that stuff. So there's things that like somebody with a background working with these agencies would know. And again, and I've never worked with these agencies. I just, you know, there are people on this panel that have, I think, or at least know people as well. And it's like you would have that knowledge to be smarter. And also it's like I'm sitting here going, okay, well, why are you using like this cheap microphone and again dressing up like this? It's all just, it just felt like a facade to me, and this, it felt like a cheap.
Sorry, I said I muted myself again. I thought you didn't know anybody here. Like that's what I thought. I thought you didn't know anybody here. Oh, I thought you didn't know this panel.
Created a character, and she was drawing out of somebody's experiences and also taking stuff from movies, books, stuff like that. And it was just very odd to me, and that's what piqued my interest. It was just like, this isn't somebody who has a background in intelligence. And I think that having this many followers and putting this kind of information out is just not healthy for the public. Now, the public has the right to follow her if they want to. I've said that from the start. But I just wanted to get the information out there so that people can draw their own conclusion. We want to still follow her and believe that, you know, what she's saying, that's totally fine with me. But that's kind of where I drew the conclusion.
I have a question, Sean.
Yeah, go.
Ever see if that certification that now she now changed from license to certification.
You're rubber banding ish.
You're breaking out.
Did you ever get to see if she's actually certified instead of licensed?
She does not have the certification or a license. She does have certifications, but it's not in financial examination or product examination.
Not even close.
So there's no way to call that certification place and see if she's even in there.
So you can pull up their website. They have a find a certification. She can, if quote unquote, if she had it, she could, in theory, have herself removed from the database. However, that would be really silly if she's trying to run a private company and wants people to find her, because you're not going to get clients if you're not listed in there. However, it's not listed on her resume. There are 2 certifications listed on her resume that I have been able to verify, and it has nothing to do with product examination.
Well, I'm sure she's studying right now to make it happen. So just saying.
I mean, you
why
could
do they care?
You could say them because I mean I put the tweet out today. It's PFP and PFNP. So
yeah, she's got. Now, and the funny thing is, on her resume, she lists programs that the PGNP, which is the one that she doesn't actually have. She has the PMP and the PFNP. So those that don't know, project management, the PMI Institute is where you get those certifications from. Project management is the entry-level project management certification. That's what you would typically expect to see somebody who's a project manager getting. The next level up is program management, where you're managing multiple projects and they tend to be together. And then you have the portfolio, which is the overarching one. She somehow skipped the program and went straight to portfolio.
What about the fraud investigator one?
That's not on her resume at all. And she's not listed on the website. Her stuff is listed on the PMI website. It's not listed on the fraud on ACFE.
That was it. That's all I wanted to see because I missed the first part of the call. Thank you.
Yeah,
you guys really do.
Is there anybody who's trying to come up or has questions? Let me take a look here.
I mean, if you guys want to go into the broader network as well, it's good Gary's here too because of his experience with all this. But I mean, if you guys want to go to some of the other folks who are involved in that network, like the Lizzie Lanes, which is where I kind of got started in this whole debacle.
Yeah, Lizzie, they're actually a lot alike. So Lizzie at least is not claiming to be, a 20-year Intel veteran or something when she's not. But they both did a stint for a, what do they call those search, like the actor searches or whatever, where you get to become an actor. I don't know, whatever the hell that stuff's called. They were both members of organizations that would place them in whether advertisements or whatever,
She worked
actor stuff.
She worked for modeling agencies and modeling agencies. What is the other one? Talent recruitment.
So, Lizzie, she worked for a Broadway talent agency. That's where she met. She was there with Alan Groves. They shared the address. But I was digging on her. I mean, she basically has no presence in the U.S. Permanent, anyways. At least for a few years before 2022. I mean, she was in Utah in 2017. And they were, there's a post about them talking about going back to Lizzie's hometown of Tbilisi, Georgia. And, she was over in Georgia hanging out with a bunch of the Georgian Dream folks who are, again, extremely well connected to the Russians. So, and, her boyfriend is a whole new set of problems. And, but yeah, I mean, the whole unified crowd, all of them. I mean, there was I got some search results back on Ivory Hecker and Lizzie Lane. Apparently there was some allusion to maybe them being foot models. Now I'm not going to say that's guaranteed what that was, but it was just kind of weird that they had some intersection there. And of course, the stuff with with Unified. But it was pretty interesting because Rolling Stone wrote an article in 2018 talking about how I mean, they got it completely wrong. They completely screwed the pooch on there. It was like a JV article. But they're talking about how like the Russians are trying to, appear as pro-gun to, infiltrate the NRA and like, the those whole 2A patriot circles in order to influence like the US right. And in effect, like that's basically like what had happened. But that's kind of getting far away from, Ren and what else is going on there. But there's been like this gentleman's agreement that the Russians, infiltrate the right, and then the Chinese, manipulate the left. But lo and behold, the jihadis have infiltrated both of them. So here's where we are, and that's actually where I got started with Chase. Was Sophia Farouk was part of the team that found Maulana Maududi's granddaughter trying to take over the GOP. But anyways, that was actually the product of real ozone work.
Yeah, real ozone work. Which is, if she actually knew anything, she was like she left herself open anyway. So it's like if you were actually an intelligence person, you would have locked down your life a whole lot better, right? Because there would be real threats, I guess. What's up, Monica? You got your hand up. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks. I just have a quick question. I think it was Zach. I'm new to this entire drama that's unfolding within the whole community, and thanks for all the work you guys are doing to make sure that people understand who it is they're following. But I'm curious, Zach. I'm not sure if it was you. I'm a little confused about this whole female and her fake background and intel and all of that, and I realize that's quite the affront for most of you who are actually in the industry. But you were mentioning social engineering. And I wasn't sure if you were saying that she doesn't have a verifiable IC background, which you all have concluded. But is she social engineering then, or were you suggesting that she does have cues that would indicate that she has in fact been deployed by someone, but she's just simply lying about her past? Or is she just, some chick who's desperate for attention? And, what is the final assessment? What am I missing here?
So Sean was the one that mentioned the social engineering aspect. And I'll let him speak more on that. But the takeaway that I have is she left her job sometime late last year at Amanat, and she apparently has had a difficult time finding a new job. She found and this is just me speculating here, she saw attention being gotten online, so she decided to jump in on it and make money. And this is how she's making money now. But in terms of, does she have any training? I think she's read some books. If you look at her videos, I did a analysis on one of her posts a couple days ago, where she was trying to come back, and she's using emotional manipulation techniques. She's using logical fallacies, but it's all like surface level manipulation techniques. She's not hiding it very well. So I don't think she's had any professional training, but I do think she's probably read some books on the issue.
Yeah. So
thank you.
As a social engineer, stuff that I picked up on was even we were talking about it on Gary's podcast. I think, yeah, at least so. I was noticing and I went back and I started watching more videos again. And because at first I was like, okay, was she doing this because she doesn't know that it's a tell? As a poker player, that would seem very odd, because she's not from what I can tell, she's not an awful poker player. She certainly has she's won money. So I'm thinking, okay,
to the tune of about 400,000 overall over her career.
Right. Yeah. So she's. I can't find anybody in the poker community that really knows her. One person did say that they had seen her when I showed them some photos and stuff. They're like, yeah, I've seen her at an event a couple years ago. But outside of that, they don't know her. They've never been on a table with her. But she definitely has won some money. So she's, her knowing math and finance and stuff like that is going to help somebody in poker. She would definitely, if you're a poker player, you would want to read books on psychology, manipulation, I read some stuff out of a book called Dark Psychology and Manipulation by Sebastian Nocturne on Gary's podcast. It's not something you should study if you're trying to be a narcissist to women or something like that. But it is a book that social engineers read. It's something I feel like she would read, or even just basic books on social engineering. But she does this cue with her eye when she's like, especially when she tells a blatant lie. Like for us up here, we're like, we know it's a lie. It's either a lie or it's a stretch, right? And she does it constantly, and it's like, I mean, to the point where I don't even want to count it in a 4-minute video, because I just feel like it's a waste of my time, because I know she's doing it. And then there's things like, and Zach has kind of brought this up too, like when she decides to either wear the coat, or when she decides to like just show cleavage and lean over and stuff like that, kind of like the male gaze and stuff like that, to take away from things. I've talked about, her background as far as like in her actual podcast, where it's staged around trying to confuse like the human eye, where the brain will kind of just disconnect from what she's saying. It'll get you to follow, and it may even get you to the point where you're going to give her money, but you're sitting there going, oh, this person is totally legit. I see there's JFK right there. There's books on Bin Laden. You've got this bookcase. She's wearing this professional Hillary Clinton, Carrie Matheson, suit, and she's using these buzzwords, and she does these kind of pointer things that we've all kind of gone back and forth on as we've been analyzing her videos and whatnot. So she's definitely, I would say, read some books, but it's not to the point where she read enough on it to where it can't be caught by somebody who is actually a social engineer or a human hacker. It's just to the point where she knows just enough to trick kind of useless idiots.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, none of this stuff has to be sophisticated, and this is the danger of Candace Owens. And that is, like, there's people like this are going to get in there. They realize how gullible people are. I mean, we have Candace Owens convincing millions of people that Tyler Robinson, or whoever was, not Tyler Robinson, whoever was on the roof is highly trained because they're crawling, because they're freaking crawling. Like, oh, look. And then and then she puts a side-by-side of, I don't even know what uniform this is. It looks like some LARPers in their backyard, crawling on their knees in one hand, and then pretending this is some secret technique. And people are literally arguing with me and many other people in the military that, oh yeah, this is definitely proof. Quit lying there, Fed. Like, oh, dude, come on. So this is the problem with all this, is like, we have a populace that are freaking retarded, and they're willing to believe anything because this is some, choose your own adventure murder mystery. And this is why it's so important to call these people out from the get-go, because from Candace, you get Leah Files, you get Baron Coleman, you get this downstream effect that unfortunately snowballs and has a much bigger impact on everything, our entire society, our politics. And people don't even realize. And the thing is like, who does realize it is our enemies: Russia, China, Iran, the Islamists, and they're taking full advantage of this. And that's why these people, I don't believe any of this is organic. And I think most of you guys agree, like, this is not organic. These people are getting boosted, and it's cheap, it's effective, and it's more effective than anything that the Chinese, the Russians, and this is the other thing I really believe, another reason this is so effective is because I think for the first time, all these actors are working collectively together. I really do think there's coordination happening between, China, Russia, and really even Europe and everybody else. And then, of course, you have the political actors. You have the George Soros types that have been pushing this type of nonsense. This is a wet dream for these people. This is the most effective psychological operation that's ever been perpetrated on the American people through social media. And it's damaging to the MAGA movement for sure.
So Gary, what I hear you saying is that you want to bring the economy down.
I was talking with.
Yeah, no, I'm actually scared that if we go after these people and destroy it, it's gonna drop the economy by like 50%. As much money is being made on these losers.
Yeah, the GDP is going to look like crap next quarter.
I was talking with Zach yesterday, and I told him, back when we were investigating like the Jackson Hinkles, the Khaleesi's, Solomon, whatever his name is. At the rise of Jackson Hinkle, my team was literally we were in his name's Infrahaz. I forgot what his real name is now. It's been 3 years, but we were already in his Discord, so we knew I knew who Jackson Hinkle was, but I didn't really know him. But I had all the Discord logs, and I could see him having meetings or like little discussions, and he was being trained by Haz on how to debate, how to talk, and he was just like a wet behind the ears Bernie bro at the time. And now this guy is going to Iran, Russia, and he's just, he was just posting like slop that was rising him to the top. He barely had to say anything. Anytime at the beginning of his career that he actually did step in and try to debate people, he just got mollywopped. But now he's just captured, millions of people, and now we're seeing that it's not as popular I think for the grift as far as like Israel Palestine. I think some people have kind of gotten exhausted with that, and I think that's why we've seen people like Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and so on and so forth kind of move on to this next thing, right? It's like, what's the next thing that's going to make me more money?
Well, and let's look at the danger behind that too, because Ren, Leah, whatever, she was not the prototype. She was not the architect of this system. I mean, for all intents and purposes, Candace was probably, and Jackson Hinkle were probably the best prototypes that they had to, structure this. How can we take these grifting, megalomaniacs, as you could justifiably use that term. How do we use that? How do we boost their platform so that way they can then co-opt more people to question, the government, and then B, how can we then Candace is basically a force multiplier if you want to look at it from Green Beret's perspective. I mean, because she really just she laid out the whole network, and it incentivizes people financially to do what she's doing. Forget the consequences. Consequences be damned. She gets carte blanche now to say and do whatever she wants, at least for now. So I think this problem is only going to grow exponentially unless we really nip it in the butt.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why catching them early, like Leah, before she's really able to take off, was important. If we caught Candace back in 2016, 2017, when some of us were warning about her, we wouldn't have this problem right now, or at least not with her. It'd be with somebody else. But
and also, just to be real clear, this is not a bunch of
I have to go, guys. Can I just say something before I go? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is that okay?
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, go
Sorry
and do
about that. I just I mean, just a quick note about the psychological manipulation and the books you guys were talking about. I think before anyone reads books about psychological manipulation, they should first read books about psychological interventions that help resolve childhood trauma and explain how those early on experiences shape people into the adults they become. And I can see that when I see Stu, when I watch Stu, when I listen to Diligent, when I watch Candace, these are even Tucker. I don't think any of these people had therapy or believed in therapy or read any book about childhood traumas and how it shapes people when into the adult, when into their how it actually hunts you into adulthood and makes you do things or behave in ways that is just like, first of all, harmful to yourself, second, that could be damaging to people around you. But the whole reason I came here is because I wanted to ask Gary and Green Beret if they can play the video I just shared and tagged you guys of Alex Jones talking about the video Candace shared yesterday. And basically his argument is that how at court people were told that it's zoomed in and the face shows and this shows and that shows, none of it actually shows. So they're pretty convinced that this is the footage that was zoomed in So basically everyone's lying. If you can just play that clip of Alex Jones right now and just tell me, guys, what you think before I start my 10 a.m. session, so I can have a better session with my patient. Because like, it's really scary if these people are trying to free Tyler Robinson with the ways they're doing it.
Well, and that's the intent. They can't demonize the far left. No, absolutely not. There has to be a right wing or Israeli conspiracy. It cannot be the far left. Cui bono? Who benefits? It's Occam's razor, folks.
Yeah, I don't know if like Chase is gonna play that video. And I don't really know. I mean, Gary kind of already touched on it.
No, it
People can
just
go.
started. I'm talking about the Alex Jones video that I just tagged Green Bray and Gary. This was 18 minutes ago when he talked about it. I don't think anyone talked about this. What Alex Jones is now trying to feed people.
I mean, you can put it up in the pill. I don't know if Chase wants to play that.
Do you guys want me to play it?
No, just
Okay.
Well, I don't know. It's up to you, Chase. What do you want?
It's just the audio. It's not a video.
What is it? Sorry.
It's just an audio. It's not a video.
It's something of Alex Jones talking about the Candace.
No, it's about Alex Jones and his new I don't want to say
Surveillance footage.
new
from the top of
theory.
the low seat.
Yeah, let's hold on. You can play it here in a little bit. Let's get through. I want to let Beach talk real quick and then kind of wrap at least this portion up because Dante's gonna have to jump off here in a second, and then we can stretch it out and kind of do more broad things.
Okay, but just to be clear, is this the same how do we know if this is the same footage that Jack Posobiec and Benny Johnson said they saw? How do we know that?
Here's what I can tell you right now. There are people, journalists and other people who are working behind the scenes on speaking to individuals that can clarify that for the public. And once we have an answer, we will put that out.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well, and what we do know about that footage, you can even play that footage that Candace released side by side with what's on the FBI. And we're talking about a significantly degraded in resolution. That clearly came off of a screen. And then even what the FBI released is probably not the full resolution that they played directly on the screen. It looks like, and I think most of us suspect potentially, allegedly, it was either Brandy or Billy that recorded that. It could be somebody else. And we don't even 100% know that it came off of the screen at the court. It might have been sent to Candace by somebody else.
Did I
But
freaking do it again?
that is
Oh
not
my
a full
God.
resolution. That's a highly.
I literally did it again, didn't I? Okay. I apologize. So, he just said like Brandy and Billy allegedly filmed in the courtroom, but they did not. You can't even bring a phone in there. So he's doing this space, but I think Billy comes in there and discusses this. So I am so sorry I was muted.
Degraded resolution of what they actually have. And then I did get and I hate doing anonymous sources, but I'll just tell you this. Somebody that works and has access to those systems let me know that there was a total of 5 different angles of that rooftop that this is just based on, I can't confirm it, could be total BS, but they do have additional footage of that rooftop that they did not share in the trial or the hearing rather.
The preliminary hearing.
That is accurate. And
what's that?
That is accurate coming from my source as well.
Yeah. So
preliminary
we got a lot.
Hearing.
Yeah. Yes. I clarified. But and again, So, I mean, and here's the other problem. I don't know why there's not this demand, and I posted it earlier, and I think everybody should be posting it. Why didn't Candace show the first 7 minutes of that video? Why? Well, we know why, because it's going to reinforce the quote unquote Fed slop. And we're going to see, I don't know if we're going to be able to tell if he's doing something, but the actions are going to line up with what we see in the different court documents and the different charging documents that, there was this person behind that retaining wall that was doing something. And I don't know, we might be able to tell to some extent that he is assembling a rifle. I don't know. So that's the problem, is that she's been holding on to information time and time again. She omits information. She engineers what she releases so that it leads to conclusions that her lemmings will believe. And that's the problem with Candace Owens, and that's the problem with mainstream media in general. And that's why we rejected mainstream media. And now these morons are being even more gullible than they ever were with mainstream media.
Hey, Beach, come.
Hey, how you doing this morning? And good to finally, hadn't seen you in a space in a long time. Good to see you. I was going to say, one thing that's most comical is, I mean, at the base premise for these knuckleheads is they believe that there is some greater conspiracy, that pros were involved. And if that is the premise and we're going to follow that, then that video alone, beyond the crappy grainy footage and everything else, supposedly it demonstrates a guy setting up and then communicating versus a signal. First off, that signal, you basically have a choice. Is it some kind of a strobe or is it some kind of a mirror? Either way, it's neither. A strobe doesn't make something that big, and a mirror doesn't make anything that has a flash that looks like that. Either way, a pro, I'm putting that in air quotes, would never use an overt a form of communication, especially one that is purely a signal. I mean, as a person who carried both a strobe and a signaling mirror, those things were used for a last resort signaling measure and only in a terminal sense to a rescue force. It's not used as a form of communication. Beyond that, you never know if your receiver sees a singular flash. You're going to flash multiple times and wait for a response. So the entire concept of these pros are doing things, yet the tradecraft is pedestrian at best. It's literally like, saying that we have the best people in the world, but it's being conducted by the Keystone Cops. And, but once again, this is all slop that's being fed to idiots. So of course we shouldn't expect any different.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, and Gary, you've done an excellent breakdown of that stuff too. But also Robbie Starbuck, when he compared it to how Mossad literally did a side by side comparison as to how Mossad conducts assassinations, and the case he used was when 10 of them went into an Arab country and they actually killed a guy. They killed a target from inside of a locked hotel room, and there were less than a dozen of people involved. And in this case, you would have to literally have thousands of people involved. And then, of course, you would also then have to have a left-leaning gunman, who's connected to the, armed queers of Salt Lake City, which is obviously extremely pro-Palestine. You would then have to convince that person to go to jail for life and be a patsy, or even, meet an untimely end. So it's absurd, all of it. And it's disgusting that that Erica has to go through this. It's absolutely disgusting.
The root Goldberg devices that they created for this is utterly ridiculous.
Sound like you're underwater, Zach.
Oh, sorry. Is it working better?
Yeah,
not really, Zach. Your audio sucks.
Not really.
It still sucks.
My audio
but-
sucks. Here, let me switch. Hold on.
I've got 2 podcast mics. I'll have to remember to send Zach something for Christmas.
All right, is that any better?
Nope.
Depends on your
Marginally.
definition of better.
Marginal. Let me try a different mic.
Sounds like you upgraded 10 cans.
Chat, this is what happens when you buy $15 a pair of Speedy AirPods on Temu.
Yes,
By the
I've got
way,
multiple. Yeah, I got backups.
Just a little bit better. We can at least we can at least make out what you're saying.
Okay. The Rube Goldberg devices are just utterly ridiculous. When you have to build a mousetrap that involves thousands of people across multiple continents and multiple countries in order to make your conspiracy work, you need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, you've got to get. I mean, you literally have to get hundreds of people on board to all go along with the story, right? Like everybody has to be on it, and that's just lunacy.
Well, the paradox that these people are facing is that their version of this has to be so sophisticated, so complicated that it's almost impossible. But yet, it can be easily explained with what we see exactly. I mean, what we see on that roof is, somebody that played a 22-year-old kid that played a little too much Call of Duty, that was motivated by extremism that he's already admitted to. So, like between falsifying these text messages, that's almost impossible to do, especially once the defense gets a hold of all the records. They're going to be able to forensically examine everything from the Discord chats to and not only that, like I don't think we're hearing any of these novel defenses because they've talked to their client and they know that their client did it. So like they're not going to push these alternative theories because it's just not going to be supported by anything, and they're going to look silly and stupid. And that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, like their version of this is an impossible. Like they want to sit there and say 30-6 not exiting is impossible, or the chances of it are so low. It is astronomically much lower compared to what they're trying to sell us on than a 30-6 not actually exiting. I mean, it's silly at this point.
I mean, an exploding mic or what was it? He had a charge that exploded, or just something just absolutely absurd.
Or
I heard Stu Peters. I heard Stu Peters last night while it was really hard to hear anything because he was just kind of yelling at Andrew. But I heard him mention that the Rode microphone again, and I've talked about this several times on Spaces. Talked about it, I think, in a space where Gary did a podcast. Like when you go and you set up to mic an individual, you will test to make sure that microphone is working. So if the battery itself was the explosion, which is what Stu Peters is claiming, that means that like the feed doesn't work, right? Like it doesn't transmit. Like there's no audio signal. So the videographer would immediately go, "Hey Charlie, I'm not getting an audio signal. Something's wrong." And then they don't have time to sit there and really fiddle with it. So they're just going to swap packs until one works. And they have
the problem with that is that their explanation is going to be that they're in on it. They know they're not going to get a feed from it, depending on which version of the exploding mic or the exploding pendant that you're going with. So they have an answer for that, and it's dumb, but I agree with what you're saying 100%.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, she's even saying like they use Petin in there. Go back. You guys remember the pager operation? I encourage people, well, haphazardly encourage watch it at your own discretion, but go back and look at the Hamas timers, the beepers, which the operation the Israelis conducted. And look at those explosions. Now, that is a very small, minimal amount packed into something the size of a beeper, which is still going to be bigger than a microphone. And look at the damage that caused. Just saying.
I mean, it's still, if it were like a Sennheiser or something like that, it'd be about the same size. But these were the Rode mics, which are similar to the DJI, so they're just magnetized, so they are smaller. But but yeah, I mean, like in broadcast, we typically use like Sennheiser, and those are bigger packs. Like,
Sorry. He just said Sennheiser. Well, we know, um, there was a Sennheiser there. Does he know that? You guys know that we found the transmitter on the speaker and body packs. He's talking about body packs and stuff. We found the Sennheiser on the top. Everybody know what I'm talking about? Put a one in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Because Sean just said Sennheiser. So, I mean, your comments, you guys are making me laugh here. Oh, yes. Okay, so does Sean even know that there was a Sennheiser present at UVU? Oh my god. Did you hear what he said? I can bring that up later. Yes. Yes. Wisha, you hear him say that? What's your theory? What's your theory, Wisha? Tell us. I don't even know what mine is anymore. Everything is the information is overload. But I'll keep playing this because I don't even think he knew that that was there. But obviously it's a 30-06, right? That's what did it.
so yeah, it just kind of depends.
Because he says it here. Here.
I mean, it'd still, if it were like a Sennheiser or something like that, it'd be about the same size. But these were the Rode mics, which are similar to the DJI, so they're just magnetized, so they are smaller. But yeah, I mean, like in broadcast, we typically use like Sennheiser, and those are bigger packs. Like,
They had it.
It just kind of depends. Nate.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I was kind of laughing, and I don't know if you guys have already gone over this, but it's funny watching a bunch of people with no military experience watch a guy who clearly has no military experience, and then the other no military experience people telling you how professional he is. That'd be like me critiquing a surgeon. I have no fucking idea if they're good at it or not. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about your theory? Like, I don't know what it is actually. Do you think it was that something to do with the stuff on the side of the speaker? I think it had something to do with it. I just don't, we change our stuff all the time. We talk about, oh, could be a shot. He could have been shot from behind. I don't know. Like, we change our stuff all the time, but we all agree that the Sennheiser was present that day on the speaker. Now, where's the receiver? Was it on Charlie? Was he wearing a pack on him? We don't know. We don't know what under his shirt. Obviously, there was something because Baron posted that picture. So there we go. With the transmitter. Yes, I know. Oh my god. I know. Oh my god. Wisha, me, and Lindsay found this transmitter on the side of the speaker long time ago in January, guys. I have no clue, but the fact that he brought that up, that brand, I know. Like, we use Sennheiser. You're talking about the Rode mic. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just over here to attack people. So, I don't even know that there was a Sennheiser present at UVU. Yeah, buddy, there was, and he brought up the exact brand too. I'll bring it up on stage in a second. What I'm talking about. I'll keep playing this.
I mean, I have no fucking clue. But just, for the record, I wasn't a sniper. Gary was, if he's still in here. Hey, Gary, how often do they tell you to seek rooftops for, sniper hides? I'm pretty sure fucking never, right? And I'm glad you just brought up the pager operation, because besides just the fact that there was explosives and pagers, the sophistication of that operation was incredibly high, right? Like, the ability to intercept that delivery, become the pager provider for your enemy, and then get that in there and then coordinate all of that. And then you're telling me that the pager people didn't do a site reconnaissance and figure out where the fucking cameras were pointed?
Or better yet, they just didn't implement something similar methodology, and make one of
yeah,
his
but like,
devices go off inside of a vehicle outside
yeah.
of public
So,
purview.
the pager people just I don't know, just got. I guess they were tired. It was a Friday afternoon when they made that plan, and they said, "Screw it, let's just hire kind of a mentally challenged fucking, 22-year-old with no military training and slap him on a rooftop and hope for the best." It doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it genuinely does not make any sense. What they're saying. What does make sense is that a guy who is, mentally screwed up and an extremist that thinks a man can turn into a woman maybe isn't thinking straight. That makes sense to me. Everything else about it, his fucking, what a lateral crawl or whatever the fuck is stupid. A guy who's actually trained will not go on the roof.
Okay, so I have it here. Give me 1 second. So this is what I'm talking about. Hopefully I can add it to stage. There. You see that? You see that pack there? That's a Sennheiser pack. All the audio guys told us, and we already looked it up, blah, blah, blah. This is the clearest picture I could find. Now, obviously, once we find it, everybody can find clearer pictures. But back in January, it was very hard to find. Lindsay was asking me, you see something on that speaker? And I'm like, I don't know. I would need another picture to clarify. So I spent hours looking for footage. And yeah, so Wisha, Lindsay and myself, we were on this for a long time since January. We did a space on it. Got heavily attacked in there when we did the space. But yes, so Sean just mentioned Sennheiser. So I just want to point out to Sean Campbell that yeah, it's right there. It's right there. So was Philip Goldsberry using that? The team there? There you go. Now where is the receiver to this pack? Where is it? That's what we want to know. And was it on Charlie? I don't know. Allegedly, what's under his shirt? We all don't know. So that's all I wanted to share with that. So it's because I want to share it now because then it won't make sense later on if I share it later on. So am I muted? No, I hope not. Okay. Add this back to stage. Hold on. All right. Let's keep going.
Right? He'd be in a hide somewhere, and they would have done a site recon and figured out while the cameras were pointing, or disabled them, or done something. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. So anyway, watching Candace tell me how professional a troop is like watching me talk about how good a surgeon is. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, and going back to the Stu Peters thing too, just excellent points, Nate. But going back to the Stu Peters thing, I also heard another excerpt from his spaces when he had said that he had actually called some neurosurgeons, some medical doctors to discuss the brain blood. And he was like, I actually called some experts and they said, they backed my theory up. And this is, in the debate, this is the position of authority, the qualification by position of authority. I heard from this person, from this expert, you didn't, ergo, I have the benefit of the doubt. But he kind of really exposed himself there because he said, of course, I'm not going to discuss who they are. I want to keep their identity secret. But, these are brain surgeons, the top neurosurgeons at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. I'm just like, hold on. First off, no one from the Mayo Clinic, they all signed NDAs. They do not even discuss medical events that aren't even relative to the Mayo Clinic. That's how they operate. So he's saying that he has friends who are top neurosurgeons, but he doesn't want to name them. He wants to keep their identities protected. Well, there's only a handful of neurosurgeons at the Mayo Clinic, Stu. So really, now what you just create the risk of a whole bunch of people calling the Mayo Clinic trying to find out who the hell you talk to, Stu. So anyways, I'm ranting. Sorry.
Yeah, and I can actually touch on that because my time that I spent in Nebraska, Yeah, I covered a lot of medical stories. They have Nebraska, besides being like corn everywhere, they actually have a lot really good healthcare system there. They've got the University of Lincoln, UNL, University of Nebraska. So they have a lot of really great medical professionals there. So when my mom had her strokes, I actually did reach out to some similar individuals, but because it was on an academic level when I was asking my questions, and it was just as a person to person, and they're also they also teach, so they're also professors. They were able to answer my questions, but if I were to come at them like a journalist, I don't think that they would answer any of my questions, because it would be the same thing as like Dante saying. Like they'd be like, "Yeah, I can't talk on that because they're not present for that case," right? But I was just asking as a concerned son, that my mom wasn't getting the right treatment. So it's just that's insane. And now you're going to have people that are blowing up the Mayo Clinic, and they're going to get overwhelmed. And you set up things like potential cyber attacks on them. People maybe trying to infiltrate their system, stuff like that. It's just they know they have millions, sometimes hundreds of.
And by the way, this space was right after the Andrew Wilson and Stu Peters debate. And by the way, I think Travis posted this. Here's Andrew Wilson talking.
TPUSA hired me to go down and train.
Oh, here we go. This is him saying that he worked for TPUSA. Andrew Wilson.
TPUSA hired me to go down and train its new crop of debaters. So that's what I did.
There you go. You want to hear that again? I didn't post this. It was Travis Nyclo on X.
TPUSA hired me to go down and train its new crop of debaters. So that's what I did.
Okay. TPUSA hired him. I don't know when. I don't know if they still are, but there you go. There you have it. He's the one who debated Stu Peters, and he was in a space this morning. Oh, right. Keep on going because they were talking about him just in reference.
Thousands of millions of followers, and these people are going to go out and they're going to do nefarious things, and they don't think about the consequences. John?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Limit Charlie.
Yeah. I was just going to tell Gary, I've been talking, I've talked to Gary about the.
What's happening, John? How are you, buddy?
All right. I was just going to say, looks like Candace is trying to take my foldable gun theory. I seen where she put it out yesterday. Looks like she's stepping away from the John Bray theory and going to the John Wilson theory.
She will take everybody's work as long as it's convenient at the time.
Hey, I talked to Stu Peters a couple of days before that about the exploded mic theory, and I told him, I said, there's no way that happened. Come from the right shoulder, come across, miss the center point, the high point of the neck, and go around and hit Charlie. There's no way that it could come from that angle. And I says, besides, it went to the spine. He said it didn't go to the spine. It went just deep enough to cause Charlie basically to bleed out. But
somebody actually clipped your discussion with him, and I reshared it, and I think it was extremely. You made some extremely good points. Number one of the things you said that I don't think has been discussed, that I think is extremely relevant, important for people to understand. According to Stu Peters, we have the exploding mic is the battery pack itself, and we have some sort of object fly from his extreme right. We're basically clipped next to his right side collarbone, and then somehow make it around the high point of his neck and then hit him in the left side around the jugular and the carotid. And as John rightly pointed out, we have this linear motion, right? So that's linear motion. Somehow it curves around the high point of his neck, but instead of continuing forward and ripping through that soft tissue of his neck, it goes toward, I guess it just doesn't. So it curves around and then goes toward his spine, essentially, whether it reaches the spine or not. But what we would see is essentially a grazing wound or some sort of lateral transection of his neck, as opposed to what we see, which is, in my opinion, a bullet hole.
Exactly. It would have just ripped right through his neck.
Yep.
Even if it could have hit his neck from that angle, it would have hit the high point of his neck, and it would have just ripped it. It wouldn't have made a hole like what we see in Charlie.
Well, I think you're definitely on point. I'm not sold on the folding AR, John, but that I think is exactly it's a great, and they're just going to sidestep that. They're going to sidestep common sense.
It's funny how she just come out with that, and I just had said 3 or 4 days before that, maybe I said she's probably going to come up next and say Tyler was on the Losi Center. Candace probably going to say Tyler was on the Losi Center, and Lance was probably on the Science Center. That's why they found the 223 bullet as backup. I said she's probably going to come up with my theory next. Next thing I know, here she comes out with a video with a man on the roof with a foldable gun.
Well, and I heard Leslie last night ask Colby if his company made a folding rifle, and he was like, "No, we have like a backpack that folds or something of that nature." I don't know if he's talking about
Oh, he
armor
does make
or...
a folding AR. That's what he's known for. He does have to make a folding AR for sure.
Well, he was saying like he said no. He's like, we gotta.
This guy listens to all the spaces. Like, he's in there on a different account listening, or anonymously, or whatever. I believe Leslie told me that he also doxed her. That Leslie girl, who does a lot of spaces with Blake Benzinar and who's the other one? Colby. Colby's in there sometimes. So he's talking about that. Odd. He's in everywhere. Does he have like, I can see it now. He has like 10, 50 monitors. And he's watching all the spaces in real time. Oh my goodness. This is too much. Billy is coming in soon, by the way.
Backpack.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I don't know if he misunderstood or he misunderstood the question or what was going on there, but they do make a folding, and there's plenty. He's not the only one. I mean, there's multiple companies that make folding ARs. So, I mean, that's beside what I will say is that Colby, during his interview with Candace Owens, and I don't know why this keeps getting missed or he hasn't brought it up, literally, when she asked him about the ballistics, he literally says, well, I could see it if it was like a core lock. He literally says core lock bullet. He's like, maybe that would explain it. And of course, a couple of weeks later, we find out that it was indeed a core lock bullet. So even he, at least one point, had was like, yeah, it can happen. And of course, we know it can.
That's the thing that these people do, and the left perfected this. The left perfected arguing on the smallest minute chance thing happening. They'll make that the whole argument, right? And they're doing the same thing, just kind of in reverse. That because most of the time a 30-06 is going to go through human flesh, in which it happens, right? Especially if it was an FMJ, but there is time where it hasn't. So if there's even one time where it hasn't, then there is the possibility that could happen again. Like there's, I mean, in the SF museum on Fort Bragg, they have a bullet through it that was shot through another bullet, and so 2 bullets literally hit mid-flight, and one's like piercing the other bullet. How often do you think that happens? Probably not very often. But it did happen, and so it is a possibility. And then just Occam's razor is a real, that should be a real thing that everyone should know, but they don't.
Hey Gary, let me say something to Gary. Gary, can you go back and look at your text back in October where I sent you? I don't know if you've ever looked at it.
And this John guy is in Blake Benzinar's space all the time. This guy. I don't know if you guys listen to spaces, but he's in there a lot. He probably hops on to everybody's spaces, but that's where I've heard him speak a lot. And he has trouble with his phone and YouTube and all this stuff. I don't know if you guys know him, but he believes that Tyler Robinson did it.
Any of my text,
John, I probably I can, but that would take me a couple hours. I don't think people. Let me tell you something right now.
You have his
so right
phone
now
number?
I have 486 missed texts, and I clean those out about every 2 to 3 weeks. Like I don't, between clients, between people that I don't know if I have your name plugged in there and what I'd be looking for in October. At some point, I probably can, but it won't be today. Is my point?
Well, I first text you October the 19th, but I say in those texts that I think Tyler goes up on the roof with a foldable AR in a backpack, and then I made videos in November that I have videos in my phone now of me saying that, but I still believe that's what he did by following his tracks through the neighborhood, going by the patch of woods where the gun's at. Then when it comes time to go kill Charlie, he takes a whole different path. He has 2 backpacks. He shows his face on the campus 3 times that day. He's not scared to show his face.
4 times.
Well, 4 times. Okay, I'm coming up with 8:29 in the morning.
Whoa. He has
roughly
2
10,
backpacks
15,
now.
10,
You never
20,
said that
and
before,
then
did you?
it goes back
Now
at
he
12:02
does.
at the north end of the Locia Center. He goes up on the roof. That the 3rd time I'm coming up with is when he's going to go kill Charlie. But he's not scared to show his face. So it's like he knows he's got a plan to get out of it at the end.
John, I think you're just overestimating. Again, the problem with what you're saying, and it's a plausible theory. There's just no evidence for it, and it creates complications that just to me doesn't make sense. It wasn't that he's so sophisticated that he thinks that sunglasses and a hat are going to keep him anonymous, and he doesn't realize he has no realization that he's being tracked with his phone. Even in the text messages, he says, "If I just get the gun, I've left no evidence." Well, we have video evidence, we have your phone evidence, all that. Like, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. And
I
so
think he's trying to throw everybody away from the real gun when he's doing all that, Gary.
Well,
I think
I understand you
on that Mauser 98 30-06 and off the real gun that he used.
I understand that you think that. I think you are projecting your own common sense and very logical decision-making abilities on somebody that we don't understand. I mean, when we start trying to project our thoughts, feelings, and logic onto somebody that's willing to kill somebody, like, we get into real trouble. Like when people say, well, he would be so nervous at the top. The guy sounds like a sociopath. I don't think he would be that nervous. I don't think he was a good shooter, and I think that's why we end up having a deviation from what I think is probably high center chest to the neck. But to say like, oh, well, because I would be nervous or I would have an adrenaline dump. He might have had an adrenaline dump at any point. But the fact is like, we don't know what was in his head. We don't know what he's thinking. And it is ultimately wild speculation, in my opinion, with no evidence to say that, he had a folding AR. And I just don't see the reasoning behind it. The other thing that I would have to look at, if you're saying it was 300 black, I don't remember if the ATF agent, the ballistic analysis tech was 300 black, even on, because when they're matching those bullets to other possible rifle types, they're not just going by the caliber. They're also, one of the things that they talked about was the fact that they're matching this to the actual rifle pattern, which was a 5R. So I'm 99% certain that 300 black is not a 5R rifled barrel. So, I mean, I think that would almost eliminate it there. But there again, like, we don't have any evidence of that. And I understand that it's plausible, and I understand where you're getting it from. It's a lot more plausible than an exploding mic, but it just doesn't make sense to me. It's creating complications that just don't make sense. And then on top of that, do they even? They probably do. I mean, I don't even know if they make core lock bullets in 300 black.
I think he's walking around that morning with the blue backpack, that he's got the black backpack already in the car pre-packed.
I agree.
I think he's already got the gun in the foldable gun in that backpack. And when he goes back, he just changes clothes and puts his shorts and maroon shirt in that bag. And
but I mean, the problem,
taking that gun out of the woods with him, he couldn't have took the gun apart in the woods and took it with him with a pair of shorts on.
I feel like we're getting way off topic here, John.
Yeah, we are.
We're like, this is just not the space to talk about what maybe happened. I mean, we're going off what we know currently, what's being presented, and what are the ramifications of these individuals who are out there. Like, I support everybody having the right to have your opinion.
What's a space for? To go find people? Like, what's this space for? Anyways.
And speculate if you want to. I think it's quite odd that these podcasters or just even their followers are asking people like from Turning Point USA, especially to like expect them to be like criminal investigators. It's weird, like to keep tagging Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett, Tyler Bauer, like Erica Kirk. Like these aren't people who are specialized in anything that has to do with investigating ballistics, forensics, analytic. Like they don't. That's not what they.
Nope, never tagged Blake Neff, never tagged Andrew, don't want to, don't like it. And if we do, we get blocked immediately. Never, nope, nope, not doing that. I have an interest to tag those people. Tag Baron, tag Candace. No, and that's what you guys know. So that's like literally maybe there's some some people that are on X that do that, but I personally don't.
Do for a living, and that's not what these people do who are asking them these questions either. But yet some of them like to present themselves as if like they are the authority behind this. Kind of like Nate said, like I'm not, and I've said this before, like I have to go to like Nate or Gary or somebody because I'm not a ballistics expert. Just because I've been shooting a gun, coming from a military family for most of my life,
hold on.
doesn't make me an expert in ballistics. I don't know.
Did he just say he goes to Nate too? Sean? So does Valhalla know this guy? Okay. That I need to know. Because he just says he goes to Nate, he goes to Gary, because he's not a ballistic guy. So, does Valhalla know Sean? It's a question. It's a very, I need to know, valid question.
Anything about ballistics. So I'm going to go to the experts who can present themselves and present that information professionally from an expertise.
Nate is Valhalla VFT on YouTube. He has he's a Green Beret. He has a podcast. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Does anybody know? Like, please tell me in chat. You guys know who that is.
Just because I've been shooting a gun, coming from a military family for most of my life, doesn't make me an expert in ballistics. I don't.
Comes from a military family. He just said, so he comes from a military family, and he's a recovering alcoholic, is what he said. Also, but he calls other people wine moms. Okay, got it.
I don't know anything about ballistics, so I'm going to go to the experts who can present themselves and present that information professionally from an expertise standpoint. Like just because I own a hunting rifle doesn't make me an expert. That's just silly. And I don't. So like let's just push that to the side, John. I'm sure like some guys up here would be happy to have that conversation in another space, but let's kind of get this back on track. Monica.
Hey, thanks. So speaking of getting back on track, Gary, since you're back up, I want to know, I used a very important term earlier and not to diminish the work that you guys are doing, but the term drama is something that's kind of thrown around haphazardly whenever it comes to the quote grifter class. And even the title for some people would just say, oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. It's just people being jealous, all the stuff they throw around, right? Like you're jealous, you're a Fed slop, you're this, you're that. So since there are 192 plus people in here that were not in here earlier, whenever you stated what's really going on, right, with regard to Russia, China, et cetera, operations. And some of these people are probably just useful idiots because they, want to be the hot chick who thinks she's an ex-Fed or whatever. Others are actually, paid operatives. But would you mind going back over what you said, or probably about a half hour ago, about what's really important to keep in mind?
Him? His name is Sean Campbell. It's like it doesn't show. It would show up on the screen, but only half of the name shows up. But he does have it like posted there. If you go to the spaces, you can see his whole name there.
And why you guys are actually highlighting all of this to begin with. It's not because, you hate women or you're jealous or you got whatever. It's a real serious threat. And you'll see something I tweeted recently. We're talking about, Russia's cracking down on terroristic shit online. And I'm like, well, if we were an honest nation, we would throw social media presences in there as well in our country. not to the exclusion of the First Amendment, but you all know that we have terror cells. You just named several of them, Sean, that you've been investigating for the past couple of years. Those clowns are all operating with impunity on this platform and many others. Just stoking all kinds of terroristic shit across the globe, primarily here. But Gary, would you mind covering again why this is such an important conversation, and it's not just drama, and it's not a bunch of high school bullshit, like it really is a matter of national security. Thanks.
Yeah, no, this is why it's so important. And I'm not even worried about Candace Owens. What I'm worried about is what comes after Candace Owens in the next stop. I think this is like the beta test. And I think this is more effective than anyone originally thought. And just going back to where this started for me was, again, I was doing my own investigation. I wanted to know what was going on with Charlie Kirk, and I wanted to either be able to confirm or deny what was going on with all the investigation and everything else. Wasn't paying attention to Candace Owens at all. And then I saw a post from Natalie Jean Beisner about Candace probably mid-October. And I was like, literally, I thought Natalie was being catty. And I was like, there's no way that Candace is saying this. But before I respond, because I still had positive image, I didn't follow her. I just knew who she was and thought she was an ally in the conservative movement. So I went and looked at that episode that she was talking about, and not only was she saying exactly what Natalie, I think Natalie even downplayed it a little bit. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was her talking about a shooter underneath the table, essentially, that the round was coming from downward to upward. And I was like, that's ridiculous. She wouldn't say that. That's stupid. So I go and confirm that that's what she's saying. But what horrified me was immediately the manipulative language that she was using. Not very sophisticated, but very effective information operations tactics, using fallacies, using, where one of the things that she does constantly that drives me absolutely nuts is she will throw out a speculation. Like, oh, I'm just thinking, this is what I think. And she'll even say that it's speculation. But then 10 minutes later, she references back to that point. And, we've already confirmed that as fact to the thing that she started off saying that was speculation. So she uses a multitude of not sophisticated, but very effective tactics to manipulate people to come to conclusions that she wants. It is defamation through implication every single time. It's just implying. And she's very careful about that. I don't think there's a reason that defamation by implication is the standards, because the court isn't stupid and jurors aren't stupid. But I saw what was happening, and then I saw what was going on. And then we see this chain of events where we have not only the people that she already had in her main orbit, whether it was Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman wasn't even, he had like 30,000 followers at the time. There was a bunch of other people that were within her orbit that were also pushing this. And suddenly these people that weren't that popular were also becoming very popular. And the views that they had versus their subscribers, none of that made sense. So I was like, man, and I studied that for about 2 weeks. And I was wringing my hands on whether or not to, even have a discussion about Candace Owens. I knew for a fact, like I was like, I'm going to lose 150,000 followers if I produce a video that is criticizing and highlighting the lies that can't. And that was the other thing too, is like, I just saw how much she was lying, and intentional lies.
I can't see hands. Can you, Gary or Chase?
Yeah, I think there's Based is up next. Based and Biased.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. I guess I missed Chase's invite, but what can you expect from the Army? But anyways,
what a prima donna expecting to be invited to everything. Get out of here.
Anyways,
Oh, it's just a military.
Gary came in and just took a mic like a man.
Wow, this is a military, space here. So yeah, like I guess he is. John is always in there. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because he's like everywhere else, kind of like helping other people, and then he's in the Gary spaces. Weird. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. Billy Webb comes very soon now.
Just gonna say that.
Yeah,
Just put that out there.
All right. That's enough. Anyways,
Yeah, sorry, because
it's good to see you guys.
it is long, but
so
she's coming
Western
soon.
nation. So right now we have a big communism problem, and let's just get get that out of the way. It is communism, and you can see it taken over with the DSA and all that. And it's not necessarily coming out of Russia, but it's really, I think, originating out of Cuba. And I don't know who's read the recent report that Marco Rubio.
And I know I've been saying this for a while, but I couldn't remember whereabouts. I just checked on my phone. So when this screen turns white, it's gonna pop. Billy Webb's gonna pop in soon. If then nobody knows who Billy Webb is, Brandy and Billy, they covered a lot of the court stuff, and Brandy was in the courthouse. So if anybody doesn't know, Billy and Brandy, they do videos together. Okay, and this guy here posted inappropriate stuff of her online. So on X. So yeah.
Put out, but what they did in the 1960s is, since the big like the Soviet Union and the big communist nations failed, they reframed communism to be Western nations versus third world countries, where it was originally the rich against the working class poor. And so you see that all over the world right now, and they're using the Muslims and Islamists as their sword. So this is what the Red Green Alliance is doing. They're partnering with Islamists to basically push this ideology out, because it does align a lot with their religion, which is also a political ideology in the end. But people need to have discernment right now, a lot of discernment, in taking the messages that are being put out and not taking them at face value, but actually digging deep down and figuring out what the truth is. Because you can have people who are they have good intentions. They're not working straight for a foreign entity, but they can be useful idiots, and that's what they're using a lot of, is useful idiots. And they're using these people to spread the messages, because you can trust a person who, like Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, and I'm not sure if they're useful idiots or if they're actually being nefarious, but they're definitely creating more useful idiots. So you have to see what the origination of these messages is. And the other point I want to just put out is, we have to have forgiveness for these people. Like I think Monica was mentioning earlier about the people, and Gary, about the people who are, coming to their senses, apologizing for being wrong. And you have to accept those apologies, and you have to be willing to bring those people back in, because
I know.
if they don't see,
Sean's a liar.
if
You know
people
how he
think
is.
that there's no way of redemption, then they're going to be less likely to actually change their mind, because they have no more hope in joining back with the good forces. So I think there has to be a redemption option there for people who are coming to their senses and changing their minds, and not necessarily ostracizing people permanently for things that they've fallen for, believe. But that's all I got.
You got any crayons around?
I ate them all. I'm sorry. I don't share.
I do agree. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna still make fun of people. Like, it's just life. It did not
Well, yeah.
happen just because you said, "Oh, my bad, I messed up." Like, that's how it is on a team. Gary I'm sure it's the same in the Marines. I'm sure it's the same in most of the other services. Once you get to the lower units, when a dude messed up.
More importantly, it's how it works in a marriage, because your wife will never let you forget any mistake, but
Yeah.
you do move on,
Yeah.
sort of.
But when a dude messes up in a team room, he gets chided, he figures it out, and he rectifies the situation. But then people are still gonna make fun of him for it, because he did something stupid or whatever. Like, remember the time you did that, and now you had to buy a case of beer, whatever it is. It happens. So yeah, come back and stop being stupid. But I'm also gonna be like, yeah, remember when you were really, really stupid back then? Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I didn't say not make fun of people, because that would just be wrong. You know what I mean? That's how you teach them a lesson.
Well, you guys will notice that once people figure out that they've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, lied to, whatever, abused, they're usually their own greatest advocate for other cult members, right? Like they want people to know. If they're not sitting in shame about it, right? But most of them are like, I was an idiot. I mean, they're the greatest evangelical tools for conversion. at that point, if they have in fact, come to their own realizations about just how duped they were, if they're pissed off. So full disclosure, they're, where is he? Based and biased. If you go, I am all for forgiveness. Okay. But if you go to my post recently, you're going to see that when it comes to people who were in positions of authority and people who told us all that we were assholes for not getting injected, and I'm sorry if you're recording a space for family viewing audiences, I have a bad potty mouth. Gary, keep that in mind when you bring me on. But excuse me, there's zero apology. I have mercy for people who took the injection, who told the world that we should all be killed for not taking it and for not wearing our masks. But when it comes to people in positions of authority, there is a zero tolerance and mercy policy where I am concerned, because they are the ones who inflicted the most amount of harm, not only on our national security apparatus, but lay people alike. So that is my line drawn in the sand. Thank you.
I feel you.
No, I completely agree with that, Monica. And matter of fact, even when it comes to this, there's no forgiveness for Candace Owens. There is no forgiveness for Baron Coleman. It's the everyday people.
No forgiveness.
Ian Carroll. These people.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
gosh.
It is my freaking mission and job to make sure that these people are exposed and are never part of discourse again. Without.
Whoa. Did you hear what he said? Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll. It's his mission and his job. So they're part of no more discourse ever again. Wow. And I don't know, like, if they were doing anything to Ian Carroll, because he left the internet for a bit. I think he's back though, right? I don't know what's going on. Everything's too much,
Mission and job to make sure that these people are exposed and are never part of discourse again without opposition. They can do whatever
It's
they want,
clipped.
but 100%, they are the enemies of this country. They're the enemies of this people, and they have lied intentionally in a very sophisticated, engineered way. And there is no coming back for those people, as far as I'm concerned.
And
yeah, I should have probably specified forgiveness for the cult members, not the cult leaders.
That's why you got to listen to the whole thing. That's what I do. I, cook, take a shower, whatever, and I listen to the whole thing. I think I have this one memorized.
So there's
and,
that. Yeah.
And to piggyback off that, like, especially with what Monica said, because that reminds me, like, if anybody's seen like Anna Escobar show.
Oh, good.
Like,
oh, there he
that
talks about
person
Anna.
That person's a leftist. Like, they suddenly, like, Charlie passes.
So he's talking about Anna Escobar right now, because he attacked her too and put all her stuff out there, calling her a whole bunch of names and putting her picture there. So this is Sean again talking about Anna, which she actually is a freaking sweetheart. If you don't know her, if you don't follow her, she's an actual sweetheart. So keep going.
She just posts thought photos on Instagram, doesn't get anywhere, and she jumps on this whole like pod slop thing, and now she's starting to get some attention, right? But she's leftist. Like, she was supporting George Floyd, she was supporting the vaccine, there's all kinds of photos with her wearing a mask. And when you hear her speak, like, I've posted videos, like, she's just I mean, I'm sorry to the ladies out there, but she sounds like an airhead. She makes women look bad. And I don't know, like, somebody, I always say this as a joke, but like, somebody needs to do a bigger research paper on why, because I get accused of being an incel because I'm typically finding women that are starting these podcasts, right?
Women.
And that's
women.
I think that's just because men aren't as interested. No offense, Carrie. And not necessarily they don't want to have the conversation, but it's always like these wine moms or whatnot, right? And like, somebody needs to do a research paper on why they're obsessed with true crime and thinking they're detectives. It's like you're a nurse. Like, what do you know about geopolitics? What do you know? Like, what experience do you have with ever being in the Middle East? What experience do you have with Israel? What do you know about anything that you're talking about? Because when I hear you, you're like, and then there's just photos of you and your ass and all over Instagram. It's like, you're not a serious person. You've jumped on the bandwagon. You're trying to make $1 off this, just like everybody else is.
Wow.
And I've come across this on a ton of profiles. It's not just this problem. Just use
So if you're young, you're one of those webcam people, girls. If you're a certain type of girl like Anna, you're just an airhead, and like he said, or you're this or that, and you just show your ass. That's freaking rude. Like, why do you do this? And then if you're older, you're wine mom. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I mean, he just makes up shit on the fly. He doesn't really know these people, and you're just making all these, assumptions of people's lives that you don't even know. You have no idea who these people are. No idea. Shows your character though. Shows how low you will go. How low you will go.
her as an example, but I've come across this on several people, and then they'll go, "Well, why did Sean?" It's like I heard you in a space, you showed up in my comments, and then I do some research on you, and suddenly I'm going, "Oh, this person is not who they say they are." It's not just that they're not who they say they are; they're definitely also not on the side of like Charlie Kirk. And in Ina's case, she didn't like Charlie Kirk. She literally celebrated the death of him. But yet, then you have these people that are like trying to bring her onto their shows and ramp her up. And this is the problem that we're having because these people aren't
What did
doing
he
the
say?
research, or they don't care to do the research. They're just happy there's somebody else who's a useless.
Anna didn't celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. What the heck is he talking about? Where does he just like sit there and write a novel in his head? What the actual? She works in medicine. She works in the medical field. She had to wear a mask. There's certain things that like this guy, I don't know.
Idiot, and they're going to just regurgitate the same talking points they are.
Yeah, and to Monica's point about COVID, like I blame what they did with COVID on what we're seeing here in the podcast space. Like COVID fried everybody's brain, so their discernment is shot. They don't have the ability to recognize, hey, somebody is telling me a lie. I'm just going to assume the government's lying, so somebody else has to be telling the truth. And that's how Candace and Barron can spit their nonsense out. And I think Gary's hit on this on a few times on his podcast, but it's just if they had not done that, if they hadn't blown up the world and shut everything down, like we wouldn't have this problem.
Well, Zach, you can also
Yeah, can I add-
also throw in there. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but real quickly, I'm going to throw my industry under the bus for this one. Okay, and a little bit of our beloved President Trump, who loves to get in front of the camera talking about fake news, fake news, fake news. Okay, we know it. We know that, but then you couple Zach with what you just said, and the fact that we had to huddle together to figure out what the frick was going on during COVID because people were just filthy liars throughout the entire process. And what that did was it was the birth of what I call the personality, the cult of personality era in my industry. And I think it's the worst thing that's ever happened, not to mention we keep telling people you are the media, right? So there's zero there's zero accountability or journalistic integrity. Anyone who would refer to Candace as a journalist as opposed to what she is, which is a commentator, and there's a huge difference between those two. I've never aspired to be a journalist, but I do utilize journalistic integrity when it comes to what I'm talking about, right? But that's not how many people operate because they don't have to. Because people, they rally around the personality that best resonates with them, and then they see other people doing it, and they're caught in the cycle. I apologize for interrupting.
No, you're fine. I completely agree. I would make one clarification though. I don't think she's a commentator. I think she's a tabloid commentator.
She's an entertainer.
we have Billy Webb that wants to come up. It's up to you guys. I won't talk about your past, Billy. I did read your tweet where you were trying to bring people together. I am a little curious whether or not you meant
let
that.
her talk.
Yeah, I was super curious whether or not you meant that. Let's bring you on up to talk.
Hey, while you're doing that, just let me add to that, like the independent journalism that's risen is a double-edged sword, and it's a good thing, but it takes more responsibility on the part of the listener to figure out what's true and not. And some people believe that everything the government says is a lie compared to everything the government says is true. And that's just, you have to figure out which is which because neither one of those, it's not 100% either way. And that's all I got.
Yeah, exactly. If you default to thinking that anything the government says is wrong, and that therefore something you're just as easy to manipulate as if you just take what they said as fact. They're thinking that they're not being manipulated because they're disagreeing with the government, and it's like, no, look at the evidence, you clowns.
It's prejudicial assessment analysis. That's
All right,
that's
here
what
we
it is.
go. Here she
It's motivated reasoning in one direction or another.
So she just joined. You see her? So get ready. I don't know when about she speaks, but she's here. She's here now.
Let's I apologize, Irene. I don't know what Billy's time looks like. Let's Billy, you're up. Let's let Billy speak and then we'll get to you, Irene.
Oh, I actually got texted about this space by a couple of people, and I was just going to listen in to see if you guys started talking about the video that Candace showed on her episode yesterday. I'm not sure if you already discussed that.
Kind of not.
Yeah, you
so,
did.
I mean,
Yeah, you did.
I haven't listened to what was previously said, but Gary, did you mention that Brandy and I may have brought our phones into the courtroom?
What I said was we don't know where that came from, and I want to be careful. It's been alleged that you guys did it, but we don't know that, and that's what I said.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad that I asked about that first, because that's a huge problem with this entire space.
And the more actually, and the more that I think about it, I will even exonerate you, because allegedly Candace is saying that she's had that for a longer amount of time. And I think, and I did mention, I think that somebody else probably fed her that information from a different source, probably outside of
the
the
courts
courtroom.
also took everyone's phones, so I did say that, Billy, in the space. So I did make sure that people knew that, journalists weren't allowed to bring their phones in. They were seizing electronic devices before everyone came in.
Yeah, they're very strict. There's metal detectors that you have to walk through. You can bring your car keys inside, but you have to put them in a bucket first. That's the only metal thing that you can bring inside. Anyway, I figured that the conversation was more relaxed than what I was told, just because that's how gossip works. But I just wanted to ask you guys, and just once again, let everyone know that that would not be possible. And Brandy and I would not risk never being able to go inside that courtroom again when we've been going there since January for the tiny motion hearings.
So here's what I would love to ask you, right? So I understand that there is confusion over individuals who knew Charlie personally, right? And how they portrayed what they saw in the video, right? So let's take everyone from TPUSA out of the equation, right? So we could just remove them. We'll say, doesn't matter what Jack Pacific said or any of those guys, we'll remove them. There were accredited Utah journalists in that courtroom, individuals who've been doing this for decades, who saw just what you saw, and they do not describe the video like you and Brandy have described it. Now, they're not describing it necessarily like Jack or any of those individuals are either, right? They're just describing it in a very professional way, saying they've explained that, yes, it wasn't super zoomed or anything like that. They've made several clarifications to any people who have asked. So I guess I'll kind of ask you on that, what is your thought on that? Do you think that those journalists who are accredited journalists with deep backgrounds in this industry, or do you have your own assessment?
I just realized who you are, and I just wanted to make a quick comment that isn't it funny how, we can be so nice to each other on the phone, and then, you'll just post whatever, people will post whatever. Anyway.
Oh, you post whatever. Yeah, you did post crap about crappy everything that you crappy put out online is crap. Who would date you? I wouldn't. Nobody would. I wouldn't date that. Would you date that? No. Anyways, she's laughing at how nice we can be here talking while he just posts all her inappropriate stuff online. Like, it's so disgusting, That's what that is. Never going to get it, 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 never going to get it. You're never going to get it.
I'm not sure. So the difference between what Brandy and I have been saying in terms of the video is that it's not zoomed in. You can't see a face. You can't make out any detail. And that's the difference between like what we and Benny Johnson, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, all of these people are saying. So what's, because you just said that that's not the difference. So what do you?
So yeah, so what I'm saying is like take everyone out who take everyone out of the equation who has a personal relationship with Charlie, right? Brandon, Jack, all of them, right? They have emotion in this, right? Like they have skin in the game. They're emotional. They're, you know, their thought process might be completely different than somebody who is an accredited journalist who's in that courtroom specifically to report the news to the people, whether it's local or national, right? Because I was a local reporter out in Omaha. I've sat in preliminary trials. I've sat in court proceedings. I've had to get court credentials, all that. I've had to go through the whole process as a news photographer. So I know what goes on in there. So I'm just kind of like, what is your thought process on the actual journalists who've reported, and I say that as the accredited journalists who work at like the local stations and whatnot, who have clarified, and then they've clarified to their own viewers, like, yeah, it's not necessarily super zoomed or anything, but I don't know if you've seen those posts from the local networks and whatnot. Just kind of what your take is on that.
I mean, I haven't monitored them. I did make friends with a lot of the journalists that were there throughout the 3 days that I was able to attend the whole day, except Thursday, I actually made friends with the journalists more because I didn't get into the courtroom. And granted, that was not the day the video was played. But I was outside with a lot of the journalists who also didn't get in. I've spoken to at least one who was in the courtroom on Friday from News Nation. No, actually MS Now as well. So I've spoken to 2 journalists, and it seems that we agree on what was played. I haven't looked up their articles that they've written. I've even spoken to somebody who was sitting with TPUSA who was invited by Erica, who's not as much of a political commentator, maybe more of an aspiring one, but associated with TPUSA, didn't personally know Charlie, but, you know, invited by Erica. And that person and I agree on what was played on the television as well. So
Hey, let me ask you this, Billy. How far away from the TV screen were
the
you?
courtroom's not very big. You can't really be that far away from the television. I'm going to totally guess here. Maybe 10
What row
feet,
were you in?
15.
Do you know?
There's only 4 rows total. I'm row 3.
There's barely room for the monitors in there.
Yeah. So a couple things. Number one, I think the way that, and it's their fault, but I do think the way that somewhat of what Benny Johnson, I'm no fan of Benny Johnson, by the way, what he described and what some of these other people described and how people are interpreting those descriptions, I think are very different. In that, there are definitely pictures that they show within the courtroom of Tyler Robinson and other places where you can see clearly that it's him. And this goes by the fact that even Lance Twiggs says, definitely looks like Tyler Robinson. I don't think for a second when they're saying, hey, you can clearly see his face, that they're describing what's happening on top of that roof. I think they're describing other pictures that were shown to include the witness testimony from Lance Twiggs. So there's that portion of it where they're saying you can clearly see his face. I also think that when they say, hey, you can see him take the shot, I don't think they're actually saying even that you know, you can see him pull the trigger or anything like that, but he's in the exact same spot in the exact same location. They're in the location of, hold on, my kids are about to get the wrap. Hey, you guys be quiet, I'm talking. So you can clearly see that he's in the right place at the right time at the moment that shot takes place. That's a hell of a coincidence. So I do think that they poorly describe some of those things. The other thing too is I do think the resolution obviously on that television is going to be much better than what is filmed. I mean, you can even see the resolution from what Candace Owens played versus even what the FBI has, and that's being compressed and that's being showed through a screen. So they do have higher resolution than what is being shown out there. But I think, again, like this is evidence for most of us to say, okay, this is Tyler Robinson. We see him walking through the courtyard. That does look like Tyler Robinson. It's not some lookalike. We have Lance saying definitely looks like Tyler Robinson. They have additional clear footage of his face. And now he's in that clothing And now we see that person that's in that clothing that matches just so happens to move out to the exact shooting position and takes the shot. To most reasonable people, including 12 people coming to a conclusion beyond reasonable doubt, that is more than enough evidence to say Tyler Robinson is indeed the shooter. I'll end it
And
there.
just to clarify, I believe in Utah, and Billy can correct me, I think it would be 8 people if it went to a jury trial.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah. And if they do have clearer footage than what I've seen, Gary, I'm open to that. I feel like a lot of people that have gotten involved in this space have grown an attachment to what they believe as opposed to growing an attachment to the truth. It feels like there's like a little war going on, a little sport, really. Is it Tyler Robinson sport? You know, that's the sport going on here. And I'm not attached to what I currently believe. I'm attached to the truth. If there is footage of Tyler Robinson, I would love to see that, and I would gladly admit that I've been wrong. I don't think I've been super rude to people, especially lately, who don't agree with me.
No, and Billy, real quick, let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so like here's the thing, and I don't know what your aspirations are. Like, I don't know if you're trying to be a journalist. I don't know if that's your goal or not.
Why do you care? This guy. Why does he care about her aspirations? Like, if this had nothing to do, this all military people in here, guys. Why do they care? That just makes me feel something's going on. Somebody's told somebody to go out, release the dogs, and go do their thing. This doesn't make any sense to me. You guys, help me understand this. You're attacking your own citizens? Like I don't. Tell me, make this make sense, because it doesn't. Why do you care about her? She didn't do anything to you. She doesn't even know you. Why are you posting inappropriate stuff? Like, why do you try to go find out what she's done and da da da? It's bizarre. It's bizarre to me. This one too, and then you come back and do a space about it, talk about it, as it started with the Leah files. That's what it started with, and then Stu Peters.
I don't know you. Like I said, I did read your tweet where you were kind of like, hey, you know, I've done some self-reflection and stuff like that. We've all had to do that at times. Yeah, especially myself.
Like 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like 2008. But I'm curious as far as, you know, are you trying to be a journalist?
Did I do it
When
again?
you say change my mind, are you trying to be a
Okay, this is it for me. Tonight's the night. Did I do that again? I really apologize. I'm what is this, like the 4th time that I did that? I apologize. Oh man, guys. Man, I'd remember what I said. So he told her, she's like, that was like 5 years ago. And then he said, more like 2008. And I was I was just going off and talking. Oh, and I wasn't looking at the chat. Okay, this is like a Baron times 8. Okay. So so does he work for that company where she was? Like, I don't understand. Where did he get all this information from? Hacker 101. Like, how would you know she did anything in 2008? So that's what I was trying to say. And then I said nobody would ever want to live with him, date him, hang out with him, that kind of stuff. Because I wouldn't. It's like gross, ick, the vibe. Probably doesn't have a lot of friends. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say about that.
A commentator and just do the
I'll just
podcast, or
rewind that a bit. Sorry, guys.
you say change my mind. Are you trying to be a commentator and just do the podcast, or are you trying, because when you go into that courtroom and then you come out and you say things, like I kind of expect you to have some to follow like the code of conduct, right? Like, which would be the code of ethics. So if you follow up on like NPPA or press freedom or anything of that nature, those are the
He wants her to
organizations that
stop.
protect us as journalists and protect our First Amendment
He
rights.
wants her to stop.
And you need to, if you haven't, I would just recommend you go read up on the code of ethics if that's what
He
you're.
wants her to stop because they go to the courthouse. So that, like, to go out and find a person, post stuff about them inappropriately on X. I don't know why it's still up there too. It's not taken down. I find that very bizarre. And it's a tactic to get everybody to stop because she goes to the courthouse with Brandy. It makes them go, "Oh, should we go next time?" But I think they're going full max. They don't care. They're going. They're going again in September 1st. They're not going to stop. So
You're trying to be. Again, I don't know you, so I don't know what you're trying to do. But when I see you go on a show and you're giving your personal opinions, that's not journalism. Like I don't like, for instance, I don't do commentary. I have no desire to be a political pundit or anything of that nature. There's nothing wrong with being a pundit. There's nothing wrong with being an anchor or anything like that. It was just not my dream. I could care less about being an anchor or a pundit or anything like that. I don't want to be a podcaster or anything of that nature. So that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get the facts out to the people. I want to get the information out to the people. That's why I went down to the border. That's why I've been in the Middle East. That's why I've done what I've done forever. So I worked in local news because I wanted to get the local news to the people. So I'm just kind of curious, what's your goal here?
I think when I had first joined the space here, you guys were talking about the difference between a commentator, a content creator, I guess, versus a journalist. And I do think that there is a large difference between the two. I was just having this debate with, and maybe you guys will know this name, Hunter Kozak, just last night. We had a 2-hour long, it wasn't really a debate, it was a conversation. And what he was saying, which I actually really agree, is that there are anybody in the entire world who owns a phone can be a content creator, right? Not everyone can be a journalist. So when it comes to what journalists are saying, and this is his take, and I agree with it to an extent, when it comes to what journalists are saying versus, these people with phones and cameras in their face and just filming everything that they say, you can't trust everything that a content creator says. And once that content creator gains enough followers or subscribers or whatever it may be to become an influencer, because they're influencing what people's beliefs are now, they have to be very careful with what they say. They don't have any like journalism credentials. They didn't go to school for anything. It's really just like, it's such a psychological whirlpool that it's very hard to keep track of everything, and everyone just has to be aware of that, and I'm aware of that too. And that's why I don't have any single creators that I worship. I don't have any, like, not everything that Candace says goes for me personally. I don't worship the ground that Candace walks on. Okay. I see some things that she says sometimes and I'm like, I see some tweets that she makes sometimes and I'm like, okay, what's up with all the fighting words? There's literally no point unless you're just wanting to embellish, or not embellish, just keep partaking in this reality show that's like TPUSA versus Candace. I'm like, what is this actually even about anymore? Anyway, sorry, that was a long-winded way of just saying that you were asking a question, Sean, and the way that I answer that question is that even though you didn't state your opinion, I do think that I mostly agree with you.
Yeah, and so I actually don't have the opinion that people have to go to J school or comms or political science to be a journalist. I didn't. I went to film school. Matter of fact, I think people who go to J school now usually kind of churn out to be activists more than they are like ethical journalists. From what I've seen, we're actually working in a newsroom. I mean, I walked out on and I'm not somebody who's super political, to be honest with you. I'm probably the least political person on here. I care about the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, and just leave my property alone. That's pretty much it. Like, I'm a pretty simple guy. I walked out into a newsroom full of professionals, and like the news photographer room was completely different. But we walk out, and there's people in their 20s, so they're young journalists, but they have J school degrees, and they're crying because President Trump had won. And I'm thinking to myself, because I was like, whoever wins wins, and I'm just like, okay, these are professionals who are supposed to remain professionals in a professional newsroom, and they're crying at their workplace, which is, we call it the barn, the newsroom, and I'm just like, this is not professional. Um, so that started to kind of change my perception, because I thought once I make it to mainstream news, like, well, I mean, it's mainstream, it's local news, but then I was like, okay, well, I'll prove everybody wrong. And that was where I was just like, well, I think I want to change career fields, because not only does journalism not, like, independent journalism pays better, but I was just like, I don't think this is for me. I can't do this. I don't want to work around on those people. So
So Billy, did you answer the question? I'm not sure if I missed it. So his question was, do you want to be a journalist, or are you more of a commentator?
I'm not going to go to J school, if that's the question. I like going to trials. I'll be going to Sam Parker's trial. He's getting sued by Alexis Wilkins for $5 million for calling her a honeypot. So I'll be attending that. And I don't know. I like voicing my thoughts. I like analyzing situations. I don't think I do it carelessly. And yeah, I guess I'm going to stick to being a content creator. I'm not going to go to every hearing in the world. I'm not going to go run to, if someone gets their house robbed and it's making local news, I'm not going to run over to their house and start talking to them. But I guess just larger situations that I'm close to, that I'm able to make it to. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for that.
Large commentary.
Yeah,
stuff,
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Billy, that's awesome. And thanks for being candid about that. I think Kyle's actually in the space. If I see him down in the bottom, if that's the case you're referring to, Billy, that should be interesting. But I just wanted to commend you for actually coming up and getting clarity, first of all, and secondly, for just being clear about who you are and what you are to the landscape, because it's really important, and a lot of people aren't. And you don't have to go to J school to be a journalist and to operate with that level of integrity. And there are plenty of just very standard protocol that's accessible for you to be like, hey, there's 10 things that I know for sure. Even though I'm a commentator, I'm a content creator, but you would be a step above everyone else in your realm if you actually, leverage that particular protocol of just integrity. And it sounds like you're interested in doing that, and I just want to encourage you, to continue down that road.
And Billy, and I'll say this in front of everybody. I apologize. I can be a crass person. I can be sarcastic. Monica's actually known me for a couple of years. But I can also be a very reasonable person, especially when you come up and actually talk with me, as you've seen. When it comes to like kind of how I am with typing stuff on Twitter.
Oh, I wouldn't take his apology. Apologize for what? Posting her picture? Like, what? What is he talking about? I mean, it's so weird. Like, you come on there and then you start talking to these people that actually dox you. Like, it's just, I don't even know how she's doing it right now. So kudos to her for holding her ground here during the rough times, because she has been through it.
I am defensive of people that I've met. I'm not necessarily great friends with these people. Just like Gary, like I unfortunately have had interactions with Benny Johnson. I don't care for Benny Johnson, but I understand that Benny Johnson is grieving because he did know Charlie Kirk.
Somebody asked a question here. Yes. Alexa Wilkinson. That would be Kash Patel's girlfriend, the singer. La. She is suing She is suing Sam Parker for, I don't know. Apparently, long time ago, everybody was making those memes of like honey and thoughts and stuff like that. Well, I think she contacted Grok and said that they no longer can make any memes of Alexis Wilkins is her name, I think. Kash Patel's girlfriend. So yes, Sam Parker, that's on X, is getting sued by Alexis, is it? Kash Patel's girlfriend. So just to clear that up, if you're asking, and we will continue on.
I understand that I'm not a fan of Jack Pasadix either, but I understand that he's grieving. You knew Charlie Kirk. He works for Turning Point USA. So I have empathy for these individuals. I've been around. Yes, I live in Arizona, and I've been around the organization as a journalist for many years. So, but as far as like you're concerned, I do apologize for being a jerk. I'm happy that you put out that tweet. I'm happy that somebody sent it to me. I thought it was a well thought out tweet. So just wanted to say I do apologize for being an asshole.
You are
Sean.
one.
I've blocked 7 people in this space, including Zach, and I think that's the only other speaker. But I only block people for one reason. So, there's a lot of it. You're not the only person. Gary has done that. We've spoken as well.
Yep.
I sound like I'm making zero sense because I'm being vague intentionally.
She's being vague intentionally because I think these people are part of the Zero Monkey thing that was happening back. They attacked Trigger Smart, they attacked her, posting all these stuff. There was a Zero Monkey, and he has Zero Lux company on his X. So he works out of Zero Lux. And this guy has been posting stuff about her. They're all there. Like Bermuda Triangle. Boom, 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 boom. The question is, why are they in this space? This guy, that guy, talking about other people. Why? Why do you care so much what other people think about the Charlie Kirk case? In the beginning, Paramount Tactical literally said it wasn't a 30-06. Now it's always like, oh my God, it was. Oh my God, it is now. So this is why she's being very vague, is because this is why Gary blocked me. I was defending Billy. He reposted the picture that this monkey, it was a monkey, it was called Zero Monkey or something, which probably is part of this clang, I don't know, allegedly. Because he just did it recently. Okay, he just posted it, and it's still up there. So if you're sorry, Sean, why is it still there? That's the question of the day. My God. She's like holding her ground. I don't even know how she's doing this. God bless her. God bless the women. The women are getting attacked because like weak men do that. Weak men attack women. They're not attacking the men, they're attacking the women. So hopefully I'm not muted. Oh, thank God. Because I feel like all this time I'm talking because I can't see the screen I'm seeing. This screen I'm looking at right now. So she's being vague because he reposted something and he's going to talk about it in a minute. Inappropriate. And then I commented, I go, how could you repost something like that? Don't you have, daughters? Like, why would you do that? You never know what's going to happen later in life. Like, you don't know what your kids will do, your wife's family. You just don't do that. You just inappropriate. He reposted it. I commented. He blocked me. That's the first time he blocked me. Because I was defending Billy. And then what happened after that? They're going to talk about it right now. I think so. So just to give you a heads up of what's going on, because like a lot of people don't understand. If they're not on X, they don't understand all this mumbo jumbo that's going on. A lot of attacks, a lot of harassment, a lot of posting of inappropriate stuff, which I don't even know how that's allowed on X. I really don't know how it's allowed. But he's going to talk about it right now. Here we go.
But yeah, I don't like to talk about that. And thanks for the apology. And if you guys want to remove me as a speaker, I'll probably continue listening in, but I'm going to do some stuff in the background.
Yep, thanks for coming up. I can't see hands, or I know, Gary, I know you were going to touch on something.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Is Irene's hand still up?
You know what? No. You know what? I am going to speak out of something real quick. And again, and this is something that you and I have been talking about the last couple of days. What I am sick and tired of is what we've had is a smear campaign that has not only come from Candace Owens and everybody else on her side for months and months and months. My family has been doxxed. I've had death threats. I've had pictures of my wife and kids thrown all around the internet. And this is when I was going back to December, when I was simply pointing out the lies of Miss Snow, the lies of.
I feel like it's like, is he revengeful right now? Because I don't know who did that. I don't know if it was Project Constitution. Probably it was Project Constitution. We all didn't do that. I didn't go look up Paramount Tactical and post. I've never posted somebody's like all these creators here that are out on X. I didn't post their stuff. So I don't know who did, but it feels like he's a little bit like he's on a revenge campaign or something, allegedly, is what it feels like. He was doxxed. I don't know who doxxed him. Does anybody know? It could be allegedly, possibly Project Constitution. I don't know. I have no idea.
Candace Owens and everything else. People they've left negative Google reviews on my business. This has affected me in ways that I wouldn't even admit financially and negative. So anyways, that being said, every single time that
Yes, he does.
we even sort of give 1%, we start going after people, exposing these people for who they are on their side. Suddenly they feign outrage, clutch their pearls, and act like they're the victims. And I'm sick of it. And Billy, if we're being real, yes, I did post. I reposted what 0 Hour had posted about
0
you.
Hour.
And immediately.
Okay. It was called 0 Hour. 0 Hour was the monkey guy. Does everybody remember that? Because I knew it was a monkey. It was zero something. You guys remember that? There was a lot of creators getting attacked. Like Trigger Smart got attacked. Billy got attacked. There was a bunch of people. You guys remember that? Baron did too, I think. Does anybody remember that? So anyways, 0 Hour. How does Paramount Tactical remember the freaking account name? Guys. Let's just remember. John has the 0 Lux. Now it's the 0 Hour. So that is bizarre. Bizarre. That Paramount Tactical remember the account. I think I retweeted the 0 Hour. That's what happened because I was there. I remember it. The 0 Hour posted something. It's always an account that's not affiliated with you, so you don't know who's doing it. But you can find out who posted. You can find that out. Yeah, 0 Hour, 0 Hour 9 a.m. I don't know. They changed the monkey to like a lizard or something. I remember that. But he retweeted it. Who would retweet that? It had a monkey face and then they changed it to a lizard. I don't know. I mean, he literally reposted that. How do you even like women? Do these men over here in this little thing, do they even like women? Do they have an issue with women in their past? Reminds me of those, oh my god. Like, oh, what do you call it? There's so they're like we can get into crime shows right now that they're all like crazy in the head because of, things that happened to them in their past. But anyways, they go on the rampage of attacking women for some reason. maybe. Oh, it's like what was that show? What was the movie? Oh, I can't remember. Frick. Oh, if I remember it, guys, I'll put it in the chat. But wasn't so much their mom. It was like it was dating. Dating. It was like one show I watched and it was a crime one and had problems with dating. A man had problem with dating women. So then he went on rampage and just attacked women. Seriously. I'm like, I'm telling you the truth. There is a whole bunch of shows like that. But hey, who am I to say these guys like women? Because I'm not, the vibe is telling me they don't. That's the vibe. I'm getting the vibe. I'm just happy I have a man that absolutely adores me. So you got to get one of those. That's all. You can't get one of these ones in this chat because this is toxic as if. Okay, women, just stay away from this kind of stuff. Stay away. Stay away from this stuff. Okay, he's going to talk about it now. That he reposted the 0 hour. Here we go. Here we go. The monkey guy. He remembers the account. And Allie remembers that you remember the account. Paramount.
Within 3 minutes, I pulled that down. You'd already seen it. And then I sent you a sincere apology. I was like, you know what? This got a little too far. Whereas you and all your people were constantly harassing me.
Oh, yeah, I was.
Making all kinds of crazy claims and everything else. And while I repost what he put out there, which I think is actually, whether you like it or not, it's relevant because it does speak to character. Now you can say, hey, I've changed, and I'm willing to accept that. But there again, I send you DM a sincere apology, and you repost it and you use that against me. So like, let's not pretend the people that are engaging in the exact same tactics of the left, it's all coming from the Candace cult. And I use that that term broadly, but it's you guys that are smearing people. It's you guys going after people. It's you guys saying that because I sold some gear.
What?
It was a purchase order. It was not a service contract that I.
She reposted his DM, and that's when I commented. So he reposted an inappropriate, and I'm telling you, inappropriate picture of her by 0 the hour, which I can't believe he remembered. That means he must know him, allegedly. And then she reposted his Paramount Tactiles DM. And then I commented. Everybody did. The whole internet did. I mean, you gotta stand up for the women because this is just all these military. What I don't know who these are. They're attacking women. It's really bizarre because they're probably too scared of the men. That's what it is, right? Right, Scotty? Right, Scotty? If Scotty's still in the house, power.
I'm somehow now can't be trusted, and I was paid off, and you impugn my integrity, my patriotism, and my dedication to the truth. So, and then you guys, the way that your side has gone after Lisa knows, despicable, nonstop. And it's not just like doxing and things like that. It's the incessant harassment that you guys participate in.
You started the fire. And don't start the fire. What's that song? Don't start the fire. So you're gonna start it, and we're just gonna sit here and go, oh, I'll take it. I'll take it like a good little bitch. No, absolutely not. Absolutely freaking not. You don't start shit and then go, well, you said this. You got all your people all against me. Blah, blah. It sounds like Sean. Like, well, kids are fair game because you attacked my mom. What? No, honey. You attacked everybody. So now people are trying to find out who you are. And now you're coming out saying, I was this, I was an alcoholic, I was that. That's what Sean's saying. I had a bad life and I was abused, all this stuff. Oh, because people are finding it. I'm not. There's other people posting it. But if they post it, they get taken off X. But these people can post anything they want. That means they're protected. Exactly. Because he said he was in the military. Yes. a military family and all this stuff. He's a hacker, worked for TPUSA, did freelance. Here we go. The question is the why. Why are we doing this to people that are, asking the why about Charlie Kirk? They just want to shut up, move on, and get the fuck out of here. That's what they want. I'm telling you guys. And if we don't team up together, sorry, I thought I was muted. If we don't team up together, all of us, this is it. You're gonna shut this whole thing down. You guys don't even understand what they're doing right now. So YouTube probably doesn't understand because they're doing it on X. They're doing it. So, and people like Billy have been, put out there like that, and it's wrong. Absolutely disgusting and wrong. And no apology is good. Once you retweeted that, Paramount Tactical, that was done. That was seen by I don't know how many people saw it. It was like 50K. I don't remember. Probably more. So once that happens, it's done. It's just power in numbers, guys. I don't know what to say. It's like these people are against their own people. I don't understand what's going on. Whew. All right. Going in again, because this guy's something else.
It's part of the demoralization operation. When I have kept this between me primarily and Candace Owens, but you guys flock like a swarm to protect her and just spread lies. And Baron Coleman, and if I'm talking to anybody, and especially you, Billy, if these shoes don't fit, I'm saying these broadly. But the fact is it's been your side, and you guys have done this to Erica Kirk. You guys have done this to, dragging Erica Kirk's mother through the mud, that she's dying. It's fucking despicable. It's disgusting. And the fact that you guys, when 1/10 of that is done to you because you have no empathy or sympathy for Erica Kirk, her mother, or anything else, when you have zero evidence for any of these things, you make
feels like a revenge thing. I didn't know he knew Erica Kirk personally. And Candace Owens did The Bride of there's a lot of people that didn't cover it. So what's the whole rampage on other people? I know he's doing a lot of Candace Owens shit all the time, every day. Stream it, calling everybody else grifters while he's getting, $100 super chats himself on Candace Owens content that he's streaming. So I don't get it. I don't get it at all. We want the stuff answered. The whole world does. These are questions we want answered. Why is it so wrong? Why do you want us to shut up? Go in a corner and shut up. And so in order to shut us up, expose people. Well, I don't think that's gonna stop people. It's gonna stop some that don't want people to know who they are. Right? I don't care. I have this complete, I don't know what it is, guys. It's almost like Charlie Kirk is watching all this shit. It's just so bizarre. I don't know if it's a psychic thing. I was electrocuted. I can't say electrocuted because, I wouldn't be here right now. So I got electric shock. I don't know if it's that. It's just some kind of telepathic thing. I don't know what it is. They're scared. They wouldn't be doing this. They wouldn't be doing this right now. No way in heck they'd be doing this. They're not attacking people that are covering other stuff. So I covered crime stuff. I covered Amy Bradley, and I'm going to cover more. You're not attacking me about that. Why not? Why? Why not attack me about that? Okay. So it's because of Charlie Kirk. So why? The question is the why. Why are they doing this so hard? And I'm telling you guys, it's really hard right now. They're pushing out this shit every day on Spaces. You guys don't know this if you're on YouTube. So I'm showing you how these people are talking and how they're doxing people right in front of our eye sockets. And this is this Green Beret. which I don't know who that is hosting this one. It's all this I think X is all military. It's really heavily military people. But anyways, I'm going to continue on. Just had to give that little rant. Apologize.
Claims that she's involved in the murder of her husband. You make claims that all these people are involved in the murder of their friend, and then you're like, oh well, you said something about me that's true on the internet, and like, oh, I'm the victim. I can't believe you guys would do this. Like, that's facts versus fiction, and then you guys claim that you're some sort of victims. You're not victims. You are the victimizers time and time again, and I'm just tired of pretending otherwise. Like, I'm you and I have talked on the phone, Billy. I am very supportive of this new turn. And I told you, and I mean this, I will do anything I can to promote you and to help you and to do anything I can as long as I think that you're speaking out with integrity. And there's nothing wrong. We definitely don't need to be journalists. You can be a commentator and you can give your thoughts on things, but make sure that you're separated. And I'm very careful about this, separating my opinions from the facts. And the only thing that you need in this is a freaking ounce of integrity. Like, just speak the truth. And when you come up with these wild speculations, like Baron Coleman disgustingly saying his security team wanted to kill him 6 ways to Sunday, they electrocuted him with a hand mic, then they had something blow off in his chest, and then they pulled him into the vehicle, and on the way, Charlie Kirk was fighting for his life, so they manually broke his neck. Oh, and then, by the way, Brian Harpole took a pre-fired round and shoved it into the wound. Like, anybody can.
Because everyone's lying. Why don't you talk about what Frank Turek said and what like freaking Brian Harpole was on your show? No CPR. No CPR was done. But Frank Turek did about 15 tour dates, and he retold the same story over and over and over again of how he did CPR and he was pounding on his chest. So until Candace Owens said, no, he wasn't pounding on his chest. I put out that video a long time ago, but she just talked about it recently. No, he wasn't pounding on his chest. So he was pounding on his chest, but then Brian Harpole said, no CPR. So who's doing CPR? Yes, CPR was done. No CPR was done. I mean, why can't we question this? Brian Harpole was on your show. He was on the Sean Ryan show. Both of those episodes were, crazy. I think we all watched it. But now Frank Turek is saying Candace Owens changes whatever she wants. And sometimes witness stuff. And he's trying to say like he's allowed to like change his statement of what happened. I'm like, how does that happen? You were there. Candace Owens wasn't there. She's allowed, if she gets new information, she's allowed to change her fucking mind. If she gets new pictures, new evidence, she's allowed to change her fucking mind. You were there. You were in the SUV. How do you change your mind now saying, oh, it wasn't drones? I know I did say it was drones, but now I'm going to say, yeah, Brian Harpole was right. It came off a phone. Somebody was up on the Hall of Flags. How do you change that? Has Frank changed his mind right now, that he did CPR 30 seconds getting to the hospital? Oh, I didn't do CPR. Yeah, Brian Harpole's right. What the heck is going on here? How is Frank Turek retell that story a bazillion times, by the way? That's probably why Candace Owens let him say it a bazillion times. And now she's calling him out. How do you say a story so many times at events and you tell students what happened? Oh, so Charlie Kirk was here. And then he saw Jesus. His eyes were fixed. I mean, he said this story 1,000 times. But now he's changing it. Right now, he's changing the drone. The drone thing he said was on his phone, was on Charlie's phone. We saw drones. Oh my God, Charlie, like, this is not okay. And he had the drone footage. So there was drones that day. Now he's changing it. This is where I'm pissed off. Where they're saying that Candace can change her mind. She wasn't fucking there. She's allowed to change her mind. I think if she was there, she would fucking remember every little thing. We got Blake Neff not remember shit. We got Frank Turek not remembering shit. We got Brian Harpole not knowing how much gauze he's putting in somebody. I'm telling you, people have questions and they have valid ones. And that's why nobody's getting off of this shit. Nobody's getting off of this case because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. We got blurry photos of Tyler. We don't even have one of him speaking. I can't wait to see this in trial. I really can't. I can't. So I'm sorry for that little rant. I will continue on. Once again, very apologetic here.
Sit there and listen to that as entertainment and not be disgusted by it. You have no integrity. You have no conscience. And my God, you are morally and spiritually bankrupt. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that we're going to equivocate and pretend of some sort of like it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not even close to the same thing. And again, I apologize. I should not have participated in forwarding something that was already posted, and I deleted it immediately and immediately sent you an apology. So, like, to pretend
you retweeted it and you wanted to, and 0 hour. I forgot I thought it was 0. He knew the name 0 hour. He knew it.
And by the way, Billy, you are one of the nastiest people, and I love the fact that you're changing. But the fact is that you and a lot of people that you hang out with on social media, you were freaking nasty to me. I don't know if you spread some of those pictures about how my wife allegedly beats me up or not. Don't really care. That's fine. Don't really care. But the fact is that you were constantly in my comments talking shit. You were constantly in the comments spreading information and saying things about me that just weren't true and you had no evidence of, and you didn't think twice about it. So,
so
like,
is
if
it
we're going to have a real
revenge?
discussion of where this all is, then let's.
I mean, is it a revenge thing? Like, so she did that, so now let's go get her and post her picture? Like, I don't understand. I'm not understanding. I'm not in his comments. I don't want to even look at his picture. I mean, he showed his belly. Like, I wouldn't even go there, you know? I wouldn't even go to his page. I'm not even remotely intrigued to go there. But the spaces, yeah, I think people on YouTube want to hear this because they've never heard these spaces before. But go to his X page, nah. Go to his YouTube, no thanks. Not doing it.
Have a real discussion of it because it is your side that doxes people constantly. It is your side that believes people that are telling lies constantly, like Leah Files. She is a fraud. Candace is a fraud. Baron Coleman is a fraud. They spread lies. They destroy lives, and nobody gives a shit on your side at all.
Wow.
I'll leave it there.
Well, and Billy, I know why you blocked me, but if you look at that thread where you blocked me, the reason I came after you, you should know, because you were going after Erica with nonsense. So I just threw it back in your face.
I don't remember when I blocked you or why, if I'm being honest.
And Billy, like, people are confused as far as like what I do. This whole thing started because Mitchell Manley, Artifact's memoir, doxed my father, who is a U.S. veteran and a former law enforcement officer. He served his country. He was a civil servant, and he has nothing to do with me. I didn't even dox Mitchell. All I did was I actually know Mitchell because
So he posted about Artifacts. That's that one guy he used to work for. He's a cameraman. Used to work for TPUSA. He quit before this event happened. He's speaking out recently, and he is posting shit about him. So I think like back and forth just gonna happen. If someone's gonna post shit about you, you're gonna defend yourself. So it's kind of like he's lying here. He's like, he posted stuff about my dad, and that person posts stuff about my mom. Well, if you didn't shut the fuck up, nobody would be posting anything about you. Does that make sense? Go look at his replies on his or his post. It's all about people that he's finding. That's all it's about. That's it.
Seen him around. I recognize his PFP because it's the same one he uses on LinkedIn. It's the same one he was using on Instagram at one point. Like, I've met Mitchell several times over the fact that I've been an approved press member for like on TPUA's list for over 10 years.
Oh,
So I knew who he was. I recognized him. All I did was
did he just say he's approved TPUSA on the press list? Hold on. You guys hear me? Tell me if you can hear me. Okay. What did he just say? Hold on. At 153. Let me just take it back a bit. I'm sorry. I have to hear this. Okay.
this whole thing started because Mitchell Manley, Artifact's memoir, doxed my father, who is a U.S. veteran and a former law enforcement officer. He served his country, he was a civil servant, and he has nothing to do with me. I didn't even dox Mitchell. All I did was I actually know Mitchell because I've seen him around. I recognize his PFP because it's the same one he uses on LinkedIn. It's the same one he was using on Instagram at one point. Like, I've met Mitchell several times over the fact that I've been an approved press member for like on TPUA's list for over.
Oh, he's been approved. Oh, okay. So there you go. I think I knew that already. I think I already watched this. That's what I was saying. To Stu Peters. He's worked for TPUSA. He's on. He was at the memorial. He was taking photos there, and here he is saying it.
10 years.
10 years. 10 years. Did you guys hear that? Okay, it's all coming. It's all coming to. It's all. It's all coming to. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me.
I'm being
And
honest.
and Billy, like, people are confused as far as like what I do. This whole thing started because Mitchell Manley, Artifact's memoir, doxed my father, who is a U.S. veteran and a former law enforcement officer. He served his country, he was a civil servant, and he has nothing to do with me. I didn't even dox Mitchell. All I did was I actually know Mitchell because I've seen him around. I recognize his PFP because it's the same one he uses on LinkedIn. It's the same one he was using on Instagram at one point. Like, I've met Mitchell several times over the fact that I've been an approved press member for like on TPUA's list for over 10 years. So I knew who he was. I recognized him. All I did was post a screenshot of his Instagram. That was it. That's all I did. I was like, hey, and then he posted my father's address. I told him, hey, dude,
Liar.
I don't care if you mention the fact that I have DUIs. I'm very open with the fact that I'm a domestic violence survivor.
Oh, here we go. Now he's gonna say. So he's okay. If you guys don't know, he started attacking all these people. So Mitchell is Artifacts. Artifacts is a camera guy that worked for TPUSA, and he's coming out and speaking out right now in spaces on YouTube. He's been on Blackline Brief a couple times. He's been on other spaces, other YouTubes. I think he's been on Stu Peters. I think. Don't quote me on that. He's been on a couple shows now. That for me, tells me that they gotta go get him. He's speaking out about TPUSA. We gotta get this guy. So Artifacts, or if he's actually saying what his name is. He's saying Mitchell. He just wants everybody to know what his name is. So Artifacts posted something because Sean posted something about him. It's like that's what people are gonna do. Get with it. Buckle up. That's what people are gonna do when you attack them. They're gonna defend their fucking selves. So that's what they're gonna do. So if anybody doesn't know what that meant, just trying to clarify this. Yes, people are like, who is Mitch? It's just Artifacts. If you haven't seen him on X, or just go to like Stu Peters' show. I think he was on there, or Blackline Brief. Yes, he goes on Blackline Brief often. Yes. If you go check that out, then you'll know who Artifacts is. Okay, he's been talking openly about TPUSA. Now, John's been press for them for 10 years. He's openly admitted it. Now he's going to openly admit about his past because it's already been posted by other people because he's attacking other people. So other people are looking for him now. And, that's how it goes. Dutch duo action. You can't just sit here and just do that to people and think you're not going, you know, it doesn't work that way. Sorry. I'm not sorry.
I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've been in recovery now for
Oh, he's a
19
wine
months.
guy.
I relapsed before that. I was sober for 2 years.
So he's a wine guy. Okay. So now he's talking about it.
I've been dealing with this for a long time, and I'm very open about it. I've gone on podcasts and talked about it. You can smear me all you want for the fact that I had a drinking problem. I don't care. But when you post my father's address, who has absolutely nothing to
But
do
why do
with
you
this,
wait,
that's
wait, wait,
when I
whoa, whoa,
take
whoa.
issue.
But why do you call other people that? If that is so you shows me you have no character. If you struggled with something like that, and then he's called me that. He doesn't even know me. I mean, I don't like that at all. Um so he's called so anybody that's over the age of 40, he calls them wine moms, like, because he has nothing else to say. He has nothing else to say about me, so he has to say that. But if you had a problem and struggled with something in your life, why would you call somebody that? It tells me that, you know, this tells me about your character. I mean, it's not sensitive subject for you. So you're just gonna lie and say other people have this problem? Like he's just guys, this guy is something else. Something from under a rock. I don't know. Um but yeah, thankfully I wasn't in this space because this is crazy.
Now you have my attention. So when people then come in and they post those same screenshots and they keep posting my father's address, who is a 60-something-year-old
You are
man
posting
going on
people's
retirement
address.
who just wants to live peacefully, I have a problem.
I have a problem with that. Other people want to live peacefully. So if you have a problem, then shut the fuck up. Why are you here? If you have a problem with that, you talked about my dead mom. I have a fucking problem with that. How about that? And she's listening right now. Yeah. Talk about mine? Mine. My mom that passed away. You're gonna talk about mine? Oh no. Hell no. Oh no. Ain't happening. So this is what he does. Then he cries the blues when somebody else posts his shit. Because it's not me that's posting, it's other people. Because he's attacking numerous people every day. That's his job now. He's just attacking people every day in, day out. So don't cry the blues. That's what you're doing. Oh, you attack my family. Well, you're attacking Leah Files' family. Get the net. Do we have nets here? If somebody can catch the bees, that would be great.
Problem with it. Now again, you have my attention. I didn't even want to be part of any of this. Like I just didn't want people being harassed. But when you guys awake the dragon and then people go complain to Gary, like, oh, like as if I work for Gary. I know I make jokes that I say like, hey, Gary can't afford me, but the fact of the matter is I don't work for Gary. People need to stop reaching out to Gary.
You report back
if
to
they have
him.
a problem with me, Sean Campbell. Okay.
So you report back to him. Is that it? I don't know. Who wants to reach out to you? A freaking cockroach on the floor wouldn't reach out to you. Like, who would want to reach out to you? Nobody in the universe, not even a woman or a man or any kind of animal would want to reach out to you. So get the net.
Reach out to me. I'm not hard to find. You can just go on to Zero Lux. You can find my email.
Zero Lux.
I'm so easy to Google. I love when people say, "Oh, you're not public facing." I'm very public facing. You can just like literally Google my bio. So if anybody has a problem with me or my methods or what I'm doing, maybe don't be an asshole and show up in my comments section running your mouth, or don't be a jerk to people that I happen to know, whether I agree with their politics or not, especially when it comes to harassing women, and then thinking I'm harassing women back because you happen to be a woman and you've got this pod slop space and you're just harassing everybody, whether it's, I'm not saying you specifically, but whether it's somebody that's doing it for money or whether it's because they're literally fucking brainwashed and they believe the bullshit that's coming out of everyone's mouth. And even if they did, that would be fine. I've said it before. I don't care if people sit in spaces for 8, 10, 15 hours and talk about their opinions. I don't care. You're not on my radar. I don't care. It means nothing to me. But when you start showing up harassing people and when you actually dox people, let's talk about actual doxing, like Gary pointed out, address, leaving Google reviews, posting people's phone
Isn't that what
numbers,
you're
posting
doing?
their financial data. going through their actual personal lives. I'm not talking about taking a screenshot of somebody's social media.
Okay, so what did you do? You did a lot. You actually lied about other people when you put out, certain things online. Don't tell me that you didn't do that because like we got the screenshots of that. So I don't know what he's trying to say in here. Also, X doesn't is not okay with harassing. There's guidelines for that as well. And it's like you post people's stuff and then you just what, sit back and laugh and make them sweat? Like I don't even know. I don't even care. I don't even fucking care anymore. I'm like this is for me grabbing straws. People that grab straws because they have nothing left because they have to get because the people are now coming together and this is what they don't want. They don't want all of us to come together and talk about this. They want us to shut the fuck up. And sorry for my language, but that's what they want. So in order to get us to shut the fuck up, they gotta hit below the belt. Talk about your kids, talk about your work, talk about where you're from, who you are, blah blah blah. Who cares? And there's something inside me to keep talking about Charlie Kirk case, or else this is going to be another thing going to get swept under the carpet, which what they want. We don't flock together.
Media accounts. And not once have I ever threatened anybody or tried to
Oh,
sick my followers on them. I make it
sure.
very specific. I've had followers reach out to me with addresses of people, and I've literally told them, you do not post that information. If you post that information, I will personally report you to IC3. I will contact my sources wherever you live, and I will make sure that you face the penalty of doxing this
That's like
individual
literally not
because
true.
that person is a mother. A lot of times sometimes they're single moms, sometimes they're not, but either way, they're moms, they have children.
He cares about single moms now? He just did it a couple days ago. Like, is that what what is he trying to do? Like, all these people are coming in the chat now. I see some moms coming in the chat. Like, is he okay? He's literally attacked single moms. Like, are we good? And they did nothing to you. Are you okay? It's like, what the heck is he talking about here? I got the receipts, guys. Am I gonna post them? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not doing that. But I got it.
And I do not want to be responsible for some fucking sociopath going to their house and harming them and their children. That is absolutely crazy. And that is the stuff that your side has been doing. I don't fucking do that. And people need to seriously stop reaching out to Gary. He ain't my father. He ain't my employer. I'm a grown ass man. Have the fucking balls like
Oh,
you have right now, at least. Come up here and talk to me.
so if if that's so, then why are you reporting to him? Hello, I'm here. I'm reporting to Gary. I'm telling you everything that happened today. Let's put it in the nest. Huh? I nobody's I haven't DM'd Gary. I couldn't care less to DM either one of you. You are like not worth any of our time. It's just that's what they want. You want to get a hold of me? DM me. I bet you want people to slide in your DMs, but nobody goes in there.
And I will gladly have a fucking conversation with you.
Oh, I felt that.
Amen.
Yes, amen.
He
I
doesn't
feel
work
that.
for me.
Sorry, not
We
sorry.
barely know each other. He's been on my podcast one time.
I feel
We
that.
never grabbed brunch, not once. He's never bought me a non-alcoholic beer.
So what you guys are saying is that since I guess we can just super generalize here and say that there are sides. So my side of people is less ethical, in your opinion, and doxes people and shows up at their house, shows up at people's homes.
No, what we're saying is that you guys think it's okay that because you are suspicious of someone to drag their family into it, and you're the lead element of this. And again, we have to generalize because we don't have individuals here. But the lead element of this, the one that encourages.
Why does Gary care? Why does Gary care about all this stuff? TPUSA, Charlie Kirk. Something happened in between September and November. Something happened. There was a change. Something happened. Okay. Why is he doing this? Why? The question is the why. Because in the beginning, he was like saying it wasn't a 30 odd six. Now it is. So it's the why. And why is Andrew Colvett sending Gary pictures of where Erica Kirk was? Apparently not at Fort Huachuca or whatever. Why? Why is he doing YouTube lives on it and calling everybody else grifter while he's grifting himself? So it's just bizarre. Bizarre. The question is the why. Why are they doing this? And they do these spaces quite a bit, and they're attacking people every day, and it's becoming more and more and more and more and more. Okay, so and there was one space. I don't know if it's in here, but Gary did say, I think it was on my other YouTube video, where he said, we got to recruit people, we got to get everybody in here, we got to fight the big fight, is what Gary said. This is just before all this happened. Got to fight the big fight. What fight? What are we? We're fighting people that want to know what happened because we don't believe the official narrative, the BS that's out there. The Loch Ness monster or the Bigfoot that we can't see on screen. Yeah.
This and sets the example for this is Candace Owens. When Candace Owens does, a 5-day piece on Erica Kirk's dying mother and just drags her through the mud. And what is sadistic about that is that she came up with that when she met with Erica Kirk, who in all good faith came to Candace to talk through this. And then Candace makes a mental note. The only time I saw any sort of emotion was when Erica Kirk brought up her mother, or when her mother was brought up. That was a target designator. So she decided to drag her mother through this. And we see this with everybody, that you guys go after these people that, again, you have no evidence for, whether it's Cabot Phillips, whether it's saying that Brian Harpole was at Fort Huachuca. Like, you got nothing that corroborates this stuff. And it's okay to destroy people and their family and to ruin their reputations with either zero evidence or such a flimsy amount of evidence that and this is what I've been speaking out about from the beginning, along with all the other stuff. Not only is what is being done creating a larger problem, but on top of that, it's morally and ethically corrupt. I mean, that's what it is. So, and then, your side can say all these things that are not true. But then if somebody brings up your past that is true, suddenly you act like you're a victim in it. And that's not true.
Gary,
Is this
I've
revenge?
Again,
when you
What
were
is
on
this?
your rant earlier, and you were speaking pretty fast, you said a lot of things all at once, so you maybe only talked about this briefly, but I've never doxed you or said anything about you or your family, or I have mostly tweeted about, and I'll be honest, maybe something along the lines of Gary is dumb or Gary can't read, which I know is not true. It's just tweets that I was making that I was mad because you tweeted about my past a large handful of times. Not only that, but saying that I'm lying about it, which I did not even make the choice to do that. I wasn't sitting there one day and saying, oh, you know what? I know I make TikToks about living in a van and I already make $5,000 a month from doing that, which was more than enough for me living in a van. But I think I want to make even more money and start an OnlyFans account. No, that was my ex-abuser's idea. And he is the one who did make most of the money from that. And I can prove that. I'm not going to. I don't even want to talk
okay,
about
but
it.
let's not pretend that you don't have agency. Like, Billy, this is 2026. If you're being manipulated in a way,
This
you can
was
call
not
somebody, like, you have to take it
2026. This was
responsibility.
2021 and 20. I was
It
21
wasn't
years
the dark
old.
ages. Sure. I'm not saying that you're not.
Why does he care? The question is, if she wasn't doing the Charlie Kirk investigation or case, they wouldn't be posting any of her shit. And the question is the why. Let's just focus on her for a second. Why? She goes to the court. She's going to see the stuff in court. They got to stop her. So what do we got to do to stop her? Post her past. Get her down when she's low. That's what this is. But the question is, why are they doing? Am I muted? I swear to God, if I'm muted again. Okay, no. So the question is the why. Why are they doing this? There has to be a reason. They wouldn't have they wouldn't be doing this if a it can't be all about like, oh my god, I'm Charlie Kirk's best friend and I love Erica so much, so I have to protect them. I don't think it's that. I think it goes beyond that, guys. Beyond all this. So you guys figure out what the why is. I think I know what the why is. What do you guys think the why is? Why attack somebody that goes to the court hearings and doing she's a creator and she's putting out information. Why attack her? Didn't attack her about her other stuff, but because she's doing the Charlie Kirk case, let's attack her to the core. Let's attack all these people. Let's get together and attack everybody. I mean, that's what it feels like. A huge attack. And I'm going to say that word because that's what I feel. That's the vibe.
Manipulated, and I don't have sympathy for that. But what I'm saying is, you as a grown woman did agree to do that.
Yeah, I did.
Period. So I understand that you may have had a manipulative boyfriend, but that's still your responsibility. You could have said, you know what, I'm not doing this, and like suddenly just blame him for you getting in front of a camera. I think is a little crazy. And again, I don't know what all happened. The other thing I would say is that, that indicates that you're easily, well, I don't even want to go there. But what I will say is that, like, that is true. And it's not, and by the way, originally, like, you were always in my comments. You were constantly attacking me. You were constantly going after things that I don't even remember what they were.
Gary. I think it's just the few times that I was.
Okay, like, you showed up in my comments out of the blue. I didn't even know who you were, Billy. Didn't even know who you were. And like, you're retweeting things that I'm saying that you're saying that aren't true or what, which is fine. But then it's like all the other stuff. And like, again, these were personal attacks and then, yeah, somebody freaking posted. I was pissed off that night too. Sent it within literally 3 to 5 minutes. It was no longer than 5 minutes. I removed it, sent you a heartfelt, sincere apology. Freaking take that, blast that all over and said, he's so full of F because you wanted to score points on me, which is fine. But the point is this is not about you and I. It's the fact that you guys are willing to smear people, your side, not you. Your side is willing to smear people, and you don't even see a problem with it.
I do.
It's not even if you.
I absolutely.
Well, if it's one thing if you're engaging in it, it's another thing if your side is constantly doing it and you say nothing. That's just as bad. It's just as bad. There's been multiple people on our side that I saw start engaging in the same sensationalized, deceptive tactics that Candace has engaged in, and I've called them out. And one in particular, I freaking disinvited from the show, and then that turned into a whole big drama thing. But just have some integrity and say, you know what, that has nothing to do with the case. There's nothing that you can say about Erica's mother that has any relevance to whether or not Erica Kirk was involved in some conspiracy, and or that she was involved, even worse, that she was involved in human trafficking. She wasn't. There's no evidence of that. Matter of fact, there's a ton of evidence against it. But you guys think it's okay to spread those types of rumors about people. And it's just wrong.
I agree with what you're saying for the most part. I think you're generalizing.
But you don't speak out against it either, which is also a problem.
Billy, also, like, just keep in mind, and I'm not saying you haven't, but keep in mind that, like, so as somebody who was manipulated and abused, I believe is what you're saying, possibly domestic violence, he put you in this situation. Like I told you earlier, my ex put me in the hospital for 2.5 months. 2007, October 31st, I went into a coma.
What?
They said I was going to die. I spent 2.5 more months, 3 holidays fighting to survive. And then I came out the other side.
Whoa. His ex put him in the hospital? How? What ex are we talking about? Is it a male or a female? I don't know. Does anybody know? Because I don't know what he's talking about. His ex put him in the hospital? Wait, what? Wait, what did I hear just now? No, I don't really understand here. Hold on a second.
But you know what? That has nothing to do with the case. There's nothing that you can say about Erica's mother that has any relevance to whether or not Erica Kirk was involved in some conspiracy, and or that she was involved, even worse, that she was involved in human trafficking. She wasn't. There's no evidence of that. Matter of fact, there's a ton of evidence against it. But you guys think it's okay to spread those types of rumors about people. And
I
it's
don't.
just wrong.
I agree with what you're saying for the most part. I think you're generalizing.
But you don't speak out against it either, which is also a problem
Billy,
that I have.
also, like, just keep in mind, and I'm not saying you haven't, but keep in mind that, like, so as somebody who was manipulated and abused, I believe is what you're saying, possibly domestic violence, he put you in this situation. Like I told you earlier, my ex put me in the hospital for 2.5 months.
2.5 months. I wonder if he doxed him. Like, I don't freaking know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How did that happen? Is it a guy or a girl? I don't even know.
2007, October 31st, I went into a coma. They said I was
A
going to die.
coma.
I spent 2.5 more months, 3 holidays fighting to survive. And then I came out the other side in 2008, January 2008. I went undiagnosed with PTSD for over a decade. Didn't know that I had a drinking problem. I got DUIs. I'm happy to talk about it with anybody. I don't even care if people make memes. It doesn't bother me anymore. Because if it would bother me, I would just go back to drinking. But the fact of the matter is that people don't know the facts. They don't know that I went through that, right? And just like I didn't know what you went through. That's why I'm sitting here and I told you, hey, I apologize. I apologize for being an asshole. But we are seeing it from your side. If I see, like I said, if I see somebody who is on the side of they believe in the facts that they're seeing come out of the preliminary trial so far, we're going to call, because I don't know how we actually analyze sides here. When people have reached out to me and tried to go too far, like I said, sending an address or phone numbers or stuff like that, I immediately shut them down to the point where I've told them again, I will make sure they go to jail if they post that information, because I don't want anybody putting somebody at harm's way. I don't do what I do to do that. That is not the point. The point is that these people are misrepresenting themselves, or they're harassing people, or whatever the case may be. And we can debate the ethics on that all day long too. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But again, like you don't know either. So like we might have two similar situations. Yours is a little bit different, obviously. But neither one of us like considered that, and maybe we should. And I'll admit, maybe I have to consider that stuff.
Yeah, and Billy,
Well,
I'm sorry you're taking a bunch of hits because you're kind of the only one on the. I'll label it the conspiracy side. So you're kind of taking all the hits for all of them in this space, but so you're being a good sport about that. But I don't think most of this is actually on you. There are some things that the conspiracy side has done and we've exposed, and they get mad about.
I know. I'm not taking offense to anything that's being said. I do just want to let everyone know, like Gary especially, since you're the main speaker here, that it's like when you're generalizing, you can't just say like you all the time, because I've never even spoken about Erica's mom. I've never doxed anybody. I'm so against that stuff, and that's why I want to like kind of stop associating myself with the extreme conspiracy theorists who do think that Hunter Kozak's involved, who do like there are so many theories out there and so many lives have been affected, and I'm not for it. I really am not. I would rather I still do think, I was talking to Hunter Kozak and his cousin Liam, who was brought into the situation as well, for all weekend. Brandy and I went and did 4 interviews with them. It was a lot. And their lives were deeply, deeply affected a few months ago. I mean, their homes got doxxed. Hunter Kozak had people showing up at his door, and he has not participated in this at all. He has not been anyone who's, been super public online about his opinions with the situation, which he does have. He's an institutionalist. He has a lot of faith in the judicial system, and he's not partaking in any of the conspiracy theories, of which he is a major one. And I think it's ridiculous. He had to move homes. He has 2 babies. I feel for that, and I think it's ridiculous, and I want to start condemning the people who partake in that behavior from both sides. Now, Gary, I don't think that it is just my side of people who are doing things like this. I mean, like, I have firsthand experience. It's like anytime I go slightly viral, doesn't matter what it's about, I should probably expect that people are going to be posting photos in the comment sections under the little spam section, even if I go a little bit viral there. Sorry, this Eagle Key has had their hand up for a long time, so I should probably.
Sure. No, and Billy, again, you and I have had conversations. Like, I applaud that. I applaud all those things, and anything and anyone that is distancing themselves from any of that type of behavior. Again, I applaud, and again, that's why I apologize to you for participating in that moment. Last thing I want to say about this is, like, again, when Elizabeth Lane was going after me and I started hitting back on her and exposing all the different ties and things that she has, well, suddenly now I have Baron Coleman, which he's already run out of content on me because, you can say what you want about me. Like, I've lived a pretty good life, not perfect, but you're not going to dig up a bunch of trash on me. It's just not there, fortunately or unfortunately. So he started going after my producer who has a restraining order. He did a whole podcast. Over 500,000 people have seen this. Said my producer, which, by the way, I have photos of her beat black and blue, about a guy that, come to find out, long story, he ended up revenge posting on a forum 12 years ago or 13 years ago that Baron Coleman claimed that she had put a hit out on him and that she was a total fraud, and he added to this, and then he posts a picture of her on the lap of Dick Marcinko. And that was like from 5 years ago, before we even knew anything about the Epstein files. And now he's tying her to the Epstein files, like, and doxing the crap out of her. So, like, and this is the problem is not only is it not discouraged on your side, it's encouraged. And that is putting her at real risk. And she had to like this guy is crazy. So anyways, like,
yeah, and I think we see that a lot. Oh, sorry, Gay.
No, I was just saying, like we discourage that on our side, but it is according to you guys or your side. And again, I'm not trying to lump you into this. They feel like that's a legitimate part of the investigative process, and it is completely wrong because Candace does it, Baron Coleman does it, and nobody speaks out against it. Nobody sits there and says, you know what, that's wrong. That's too far. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I was going to add on to that. This is the problem that you see with how Candace presents her stuff, just like what she was doing last week, where she was pulling up the analyst or the investigator and trying to figure out her whole family history. And that's the kind of nonsense that doesn't help things. It actually makes things worse. She's effectively doxing this person because now people are going to go look for them, try and find their address and harass them. And that's she's effectively doing harassment by proxy. And when she's doing it and getting away with it and making tons of money, that encourages other people to do it. And it just cascades down there, and you end up in a very bad situation that way. But to Gary's point, yeah, we don't, and I say we on this panel, when we see people doing that, even that we agree with on various things, we call them out. We tell them to stop it out. And Sean and I both in side channels said, hey, look, no, we're not publishing that. We know this information, but we're not publishing it. It's not relevant to what we're discussing. Same thing with Leah. Like, when we broke Leah's story over the weekend, we had everything on her.
We have a lot. We're not going to put it out there.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that, a lot of people forget to really just remember is that words do get people killed. So, I do data analytics, and, I've been researching 09A, and, I see one of my, like primary victims that I've been monitoring, even in this space right now. And the things that these people believe don't necessarily mean that the people that are their proxies believe them. But when Candace Owens or other people are out there espousing this nonsense, which happened before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I was hearing all of these rumors, I was in these Reddit forums and I was like, this isn't possible. TPUSA isn't doing this stuff. But a lot of those things were the culmination that gets to the point where somebody that's like right on the edge or unhinged or, you know, whatever problems they have in their life, they might think, hey, I have to now go out and contribute by an act of violence against this bad thing that I'm being told is out there. And it happens all of the time. And words, you know, we need to be mindful, right? Like freedom of speech is obviously very important, but words do have meaning. They do carry weight, especially with a lot of the, you know, more of the, you know, I think it's hilarious that we call them influencers. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're influencing people, but what are they influencing them for? Right? Like, what are they influencing them to do? Like, what is the objectives and motives behind Candace? Now, maybe her directly doesn't understand this. Like, she doesn't understand this, but there's people out there that understand how this world works and how to shape it and how to use the tongue to do so, how to just speak these things into existence and into reality. And a lot of these people like Candace, I don't know if they really understand what they're doing, but you can't lie about people. I mean, I think that if everybody would just go back to like that basic standard, you know, I give Paramount a lot of credit for this and you know, Green Beret as well, you know, Chase, because you have to be honest and you have to be real. And yeah, we're all capable of lying, but is it good to lie? Is it good to spread rumors? Is it good to, you know, even if you are pontificating on what possibly could have happened, there's times where they're actually making direct claims. Like last night I was on the space with Diligent. So essentially the FBI is in cahoots with the cover up at the state level. It's like, I mean, there's at least like 1,000 people that are involved in this massive cover up because Charlie Kirk is either still alive or Tyler Robinson was maybe not the shooter, but was the shooter, but then maybe he's just a patsy. So like you start getting into these delusional areas where people are talking and it seems like there's, you know, it's fun to have those conversations, but at the end of the day, like when you start spreading that nonsense like out over the public airwaves, you're going to have people believing it. And I do believe that if people, I don't want you guys to look into it, but O9A has a very methodical system that they use to do this manipulation. All of us know it intuitively, how to manipulate other people, how to lie to get what you want, right? We all know that. But these people are starting to do it in ways where, you know, the money is, I think, a big driver. You know, but at the end of the day, I think it's because their morals are collapsing, right? Like they don't really care about the world that they live in. They're very nihilistic, you know, about the outcomes of, you know, what's happening in the world. And they get into these dark paths that they go down. And then next thing you know, you're coming up with conspiracies that are absolutely not even possible. They're not even remotely true. But now you are telling 1,000 or 100,000 people that, and now they're all running around paranoid, you know, about this beast that's out there that's coming to get everybody. But, you know, I'll land with this. I'll make this one last point. One of the reasons I don't think they actually believe it, and I think that they're actually doing it just for the money, is because if that was really what happened, if the FBI coordinated with the Mossad to send in a super secret assassin, right, would you be running your mouth about it? I would not mention that. I would not be on a platform like, hey, I know you guys did it, you know, because it's not real. If that person was real and he was still out there, I doubt Candace would be running their mouth, right? Like I doubt those people would be running their mouths. I think they get away with it because they know it's not real.
Oh, and Key, I just want to throw in with this real quick. We should definitely be critical and skeptical of our government, but at the same time, it is people need.
Okay, so somebody is asking who is that talking? Was somebody asking that? It does usually show on the screen a little squiggly line who's speaking. And it is not. Wait, who's talking? Is that Mitch? That goes on Diligent? I don't think so. Wasn't that who spoke last? Wasn't it Green Beret? I don't know. Let me see. I'll tell you.
And I think that they're actually
That's
doing
Key.
it just for
That's
the
Key.
money.
Okay, there you go.
People need to understand, like, it's not okay to just accuse.
So it was this guy here, Key Speaker. I don't know who that is. Really don't know. They could make several accounts. I have no idea who this is.
Use our government of whatever you want because it's fun and it gets clicks. That has real consequences too. Like if you understand what our enemies try to do when it comes to the information operations, because it's so critical, as they try to ensure that they erode trust and faith in our institutions. Now, yes, our faith and trust in our institutions have eroded because of the institution. But at the same time, we can't just be open to that faith and trust being ruined when it's not true, because it has real impacts on the country. It has real impacts on the election. And we need to be as careful, at least to some extent, about what we're accusing the government and even politicians and things like that of. And it can't just be a free for all because it's the government, because that has real impacts too. We just need to be careful. I mean, really what it comes down to, you just need to be dedicated to the truth and reporting or even commenting ethically, and all these problems go away.
Yeah, and I said this in the space last night. If you look at the founding of our country, I think that's one of the healthy things that came from us, right? Because the founders of this nation, they were being sought out, right? There was conspiracies against them. They were themselves engaged in a conspiracy to try and create a free society for everybody, right? So there's I think a lot of that really is ingrained into our culture, right? To be skeptical, especially of government. Anytime government wants to do something, you should first say no and then address it from there, right? Like that's kind of how I approach everything that they do. But at the end of the day, government is just people. These are abstract creations that we have allowed to exist in the reality that we're in. And these are people at the end of the day. So I keep telling them, I'm like, if you're telling me that this person really is out there and they got away with this super conspiracy coordinating with all of these different people, right? Like, just explain to me step by step how it would be possible for a person to achieve these things. And they don't really have that answer. They just know, they'll see one piece that doesn't appear to fit in the picture. And then that one means that everything else doesn't fall in line with it. But I don't know. I'm not really a conspiracy expert at the end of the day, but I do think it's healthy to question government. But at the end of the day, don't lie about them, right? I think it's bad to lie about government. Like if government's doing something right, you say, okay, good job. You're doing it right. If they're doing it wrong, you say, okay, government's doing it wrong, but to lie and to make stuff up, I think makes it worse for everybody. Because at the end of the day, government is just made up of people, just like, me and you and everybody else listening. These are not like aliens from another dimension that have special capabilities. So I don't know. I'll land with that. And Chase, sorry for cutting you off. I know you were going to jump in.
And who do people? I'm not cutting off, Chase. Just real quick, and Chase, you can probably just jump on this within 2 seconds. Who do people expect are going to conduct these investigations? Is it supposed to be the people that we're talking about who are starting up these podcasts? Is it supposed to be people who? Is it supposed to be Billy? Is it supposed to be? And I'm not saying Billy, you can't be in there. You have a right to be there, but at the same time, like, is it supposed to be people who have no understanding of ballistics or criminology or investigative?
Hey, Sean, I mentioned that yesterday. The government now has the most amazing case against citizens doing investigations ever for all of the next 100 years, right? Because the idea that we didn't used to have those abilities, right? You look back in our history, it used to be citizens doing these things, right? And then eventually it got passed off to police, and then the sheriff,
Yes,
and
she is.
eventually we end up with the FBI doing it, right? But now when you look at like what Diligent Denizen is doing, right? You can say to yourself that civilians should not be able to do investigations, period, especially criminal investigations.
It depends on
it's a good argument.
It depends on what you're referring to, because type of work I do as a threat hunter, I'm searching for people, we'll just call them what they are, pedophiles. That's what I do for a living. And that information then goes to, guess who? The government. It certainly doesn't stay on my company's servers, right? So, and I'm a citizen. Like, I don't work like directly for the government. I never have. And that's that. So yes, citizens can learn to do this type of work, especially if you have certain types of background, which is why we were talking about the Leah person, because she doesn't have the background or the skills to work in certain areas of what she's claimed she does. She has a background to work in the areas that she did, which we have a resume. But it's like, who's supposed to run these investigations? I see all day long these people, like we mentioned this earlier.
Oh my gosh. Well, somebody has to do something because they're not doing anything. Can I say it? Like, does he not know that? They're not doing anything. Allegedly, in my opinion, they're not doing dick a la Fuente. What are they doing? That's why you have normal everyday people saying, "What the fuck's going on here? I don't understand what's going on here." Just two different backpacks, two different hats, different shoes at Dairy Queen. There's a blurry person on a roof. It is Tyler. Nope, it was George. Now it's Tyler. Who is it? We don't. The people don't believe this shit. So now they're trying to get citizens not to report this anymore. It's becoming like stop from speaking. I mean, now we're putting overseas and USA military together. I mean, this is changing right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. The people have to stand up. The people. So
on the show. They'll tag Blake Neff. They'll tag Erica Kirk, Tyler Bauer, Andrew Colvett. And it's like, why are you tagging them as if like TPUSA is the ones that are conducting this investigation, or that people who run a podcast or are CEOs somehow supposed to have like knowledge of how to run and a murder investigation? That's insanity. Like I don't know how you can be a rational human being and think that, well, it should be up to Blake Neff to run a murder investigation. He should be telling us what's going on. And I see this come out of Candace Owens' mouth all the time when people post clips. And I'm like, it's like, what is going through your head? And why are there hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, who actually believe this nonsense? I can't.
Yes, Billy did speak. Somebody's asking. She did speak. She spoke because, Sean posted stuff about her, and so did Paramount Tactical. He retweeted. He actually said the 0 hour. Remember that monkey? Remember that monkey on X? That was attacking everybody. Yeah, they did talk about it. You have to rewind it and listen. It starts with this white screen. In the beginning, it starts with a black screen, but as soon as like it goes white screen, Billy enters the stage somewhere around there. So you can have to rewind and watch. Okie dokie. And keep going.
Fathom it. And Chase, I know you were talking, so I cut you off, buddy.
You're good, man. I think the main thing people miss is just nuance. Everything has nuance. Again, we've touched on it in numerous different ways throughout this space. Sorry, you can hear my 2-year-old playing with her walkie-talkie. But the main thing is nuance, right? You look at a situation like the Section 219 of the NDAA, and to someone who doesn't understand the language, baby, can you not do that right now? For someone who doesn't understand the language of like an NDAA or the reasoning behind it, or what the uses of it are for, or like any of that, right? It might seem nefarious or just confusing, but to certain people that could be nefarious to them, I guess. But if you look at the actual nuance of it, and then you go back and you look at the previous NDAAs that we've done for the last decades, and you'll see similar language, you'll see similar agreements with multiple other countries, you'll see similar things, and really ultimately what it comes down to is that people just didn't want to actually look into it. And that goes back to the fact that propaganda is like, our information environment today is so convoluted with so many different things that you have to be a diligent information consumer. And if you are not going to do that, then you are going to get duped, and then we are going to make fun of you for it. And that's the only way that I can handle this, because the government should not be regulating speech. No one should create, I'm against the whole doxing thing too. Actually, one of the first things when I started talking to Zach and to Sean, and I don't know them, right? We just started talking about this one thing. I was like, no pictures of her kids, no pictures of her family, nothing like that. I was like, I understand the first thing that got shared was a post from her job, and that's fine, but like no more. Like I know we can find them, but we're not going to do that because that's not who we are. And so, I think that what we're missing today is people, one, they're and again, text, like writing stuff on Twitter. Obviously, I probably come off a lot more crash in what I write than if you actually just have a conversation with me. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it just happens. But you have to be able to you have to be able to look at that nuance, and then you have to be able to be willing to talk about it. And so like if there's something specifically in an NDAA that you think is not great for the country or great for the military or whatever it may be, then you can make that assessment. And like Gary said, you should absolutely question the government. I literally say this all the time, and I worked for the damn government. Like, just you do still have to question, because there are nefarious people in aspects of the government that are going to try to do nefarious things. And so that's another thing that you have to look at in nuance. Like the flock cameras, people are really up in arms about that. They're real up in arms about FISA. They're real up in arms about a lot of things, and that's fine. Question it, talk about it, discuss why you're against it, what for. Like, that's fine. But you also have to understand that if a authoritarian, tyrannical government takes control, whether those things were legal before or not, they are going to make them legal, and they are going to do whatever is necessary to maintain that authoritarian control. So the object here is not to necessarily ban things that could be used by an authoritarian government at some point, because they don't care, right? If a government takes over and they become tyrannical, they don't care about the rules, they don't care about the laws, they don't care about. They're going to use every lever of power that they have to do the most amount of damage, or to do the most amount, to get the biggest bang for their buck for what they're trying to do. So yes, I understand the thought process between the flocks, between all these things, and we should talk about them. And I don't want privacy, taking away, but I also understand that the public has to have a way that where a public street can be monitored, because we have millions of jihadis running around now that we don't even know what they're doing, and we're eventually.
I know we
It's
we had some
crazy.
I know we had some hands up that got skipped. I can't see hands. You guys have a full production staff back there, and you're able to actually go through that.
All right, here we go. So this is still Sean Campbell speaking here, and he changed his profile picture. So the other one was. Can you guys hear me? The other one was this one, but now he changes to that black picture with his face on it. So still the same person. He did do something to her just today. Yeah. And he does talk about being with TPUSA again here. Just reference.
Then you have whether they're freelance photographers like Sergio, Andrea, her team, and all that. And so you're able to post photos during the event. You're able to cut up those videos, because it's usually just the speakers. And then yeah, you're right. Usually the videos themselves, as far as the montages, although I think you guys usually do day one, day two, you try to roll that out as fast as possible.
Day ones, day twos, are you talking about
Yeah, so it would just be hey, this is what day one looked like. It would just be a quick montage. You guys would put out a 30-second, 1 minute of what happened. Yeah.
So I never worked with TPUSA. I only worked with Charlie Kirk's show. And that was never a W-2. They were a contract underneath my business. So anything in that sphere I was not involved in at all.
Gotcha. So but you, like me, so same. So I've freelanced with them a couple times, and then I've been on the press list for over a decade.
Freelanced for them for a couple of times, and he's been on the press with them for a decade. Just saying.
I do know people like you would know in the production team and front lines. But so I kind of have an idea of what goes on. And then I knew Joe from back in the day before he left. But yeah, but I'll let you get to bed, man.
You know why you have to do your own business, because you get involved in a W-2 situation, and you literally get you get cucked, and it's just a really shitty work environment, and you can't innovate as much as possible. And that's largely why I didn't work with TPUSA, and I worked with Charlie Kirk's show specifically, and I was able to have a lot more freedom and be able to do a lot more innovation. Dude, if somebody sends me a brand kit, if I start a job as a W-2 and they send me a brand kit, I'd be so upset. I'm going to literally take your entire brand and throw it in the trash and recreate it. Don't fucking send me. These are what we do for our brands.
Hey man, that's why I left creative. I don't know, man. My recommendation, dude, is get a job in IT or cybersecurity. Screw journalism, screw creative. No, it's necessary. Like journalism is probably the most rewarding career I had, and I think it's one of the most rewarding careers you can have. Unfortunately, especially because I've now worked in broadcast news as well as being a frontline journalist. I was an independent frontline journalist for years. I worked with Vice, I worked with PBS Frontline. I've got over a half a dozen documentaries out there, and I made more money. I did make more money as an independent journalist, and making money is important. I'm an older guy, and but I was just like, when my mom passed this year, and she was sick last year when I moved back to Arizona. When I left broadcast news, I was just like, I got to make a decision. Like I'm too old. I can't. I can't earn a living like working in broadcast news. Like if this is what broadcast news pays, I was just like, there's just no shot. I don't understand how these young journalists are like coming out with $100,000 in J school debt and then going and making like 35 to like $50,000 a year. That's insanity.
Yeah. Sorry to hear about that with your mom. Really sucks. My recommendation is to literally work behind the scenes. It's so much better. It's so much more rewarding, and you don't have to deal with the fucking drama of being in front and the PR and having to listen. Like, dude, being a producer and working behind the scenes is the best fucking thing ever.
Or just get into cybersecurity, get a standing desk, a walking pad.
He really wants you to work with cybersecurity.
lift weights 4 days a week, even when you're 44 years old. Walk 10,000 steps a day and just like mog 21-year-olds.
You hear that? You hear that, Lene?
Wow.
Is that supposed to be said to me?
Follow
Wait,
him. Yep. Hit him
44 years old, 4 days a week in the gym, 10,000 steps 7 days a
I
week.
see. Okay.
What about
Mogging
8 What about 8
20-something
inches and thick?
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm making
my
fun
girl,
of that. I'm making fun of that dude who trauma dumps at the beach. Yeah. Have you seen know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, get a 29-year-old
Is it a
girlfriend that's just
skit?
barely turning 30.
Stop that.
Be a beast. Be a beast.
At 44 years old.
Why is that even bad? She's turning 30 in a month. Why is that bad?
I think Lune is better. Anyways, guys, I am.
Anyways, that is the whole thing. I hope you enjoyed that. Give you a little bit of insight on what's happening on X. Anybody didn't know? Yeah, that's the whole thing of what I have so far, which was a lot of work. So I hope you watched it and rewatched it. Yeah, so he did say he worked for. He's a freelancer. I don't know what he said at the end there. That was shady. I might have to listen to the ending part there. With cybersecurity, lifting weights all week, 10K something. I don't know what he said. I gotta re-listen to that. It was wild. So I'm thank you guys for all sticking with me and watching it. I'll end off with Mr. Gary.
Folks, Gary here with Paramount, and I've actually been out on the range teaching long-range courses for the last few days. But I've had a lot of people send me DMs, text messages, emails to inform me exactly what was going on with Elizabeth Lane, what she has said about me, our company, our producer, and everything else. Folks, I'll just right now just let you know it's all lies. I wanted to wait till I could actually sit down and watch everything that she said in its entirety and go through those things. But I think it's really important to get this information out right away and refute this total BS. Folks, I have not been paid by anybody. I've not been paid by Ukraine. I've not been paid by TPUSA. I have not been paid a single cent from a single entity to say anything. Folks, I do this for free because I love this country, and these people are lying. These people are trying to destroy this country. And I've talked about it at length on our podcast, and now they're just ramping it up. But folks, we need people to stand up. And it's wild here in the United States that somebody like Elizabeth Lane can come on a show like Tucker Carlson and say, just spew lies about people, accusations, defamation with zero evidence, and people would just accept it because they disagree with somebody else. Like, that's a sad state in the United States. Not only is there zero consequence, but people are spreading these lies, and it's highly incentivized. It's highly profitable to go out and just trash people, and people expect no evidence at all. And she has none because there is none. I've not taken a single dollar. But let me tell you something. If this is some attempt to get me to stop, It's not happening. Folks, Elizabeth, I will be coming after you when it comes to information. I'm going to continue to expose you for the liar.
Whoa. Did he say he's coming after her? What in the world is happening here?
For the propagandists, the anti-American, pro-Russian propagandists that you are, and the same thing goes for Tucker Carlson, and the same thing goes for Candace Owens. Folks, these people are trying to destroy our country, and you need to wake up. It's not even a sophisticated op. It's obvious. They're lying to you, but people are just entertained by all this stuff. And all it costs is the future of our country. So anyways, folks, just so you know.
You are against all your people. I don't know what's going on. Oh.
And I will have a much more in-depth response to this later. But these are lies about me. And they've continued to lie about me for the last 10 months. And I'm not going anywhere, period. So for those of you that support me, I really appreciate it. For those of you that support the truth, that support the country, I appreciate you. Keep fighting, because we're not going anywhere. But until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.
Stay armed, stay ready. Well, there you go. There you have it. A lot of these people that are in his space work or still working for TPUSA. So everything is kind of weird how it's coming about now. And all these people getting like Billy, like Leah Files, Anna, me, ADN, we're all getting, talked about. And I don't even talk about Gary. I am replaying his posts, replaying his space. I never posted one thing about him. Probably just retweets funny memes that people make. That's about it. Yeah, he's going after Elizabeth Lane. Alrighty then. Okay. It's like what he said about Barron and Candace too. Like, you better watch what you post. You post one more video, you're gonna watch it. I'm coming after all of you. Why? What's your why, Gary? Don't you have do you train people? Why do you do that? Like, why is he doing this? What's the why, everybody? But that is my show for tonight. I hope you rewind and watch it over while you're cooking or doing whatever. It's a miracle what you can hear in here. So thank you so much for watching. I am done for tonight. Christ is King. Keep fighting for Charlie and say Jesus' name. And you guys are my Flamingo Mafias. We got a power in numbers. Power in numbers, everybody. And thanks to Get Crunk and Listen for this cute little thumbnail in the middle there. One of my supporters here in the channel. His emoji's that. Her emoji's that. If you see Get Crunked in here, is probably already sleeping. But this was a long one. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you. Maybe I'll do a members live tomorrow because I don't think I have a show tomorrow. So let's do that and touch base and or Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. I will put it in my community. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, peace out. Peace out. And keep fighting for the truth, guys. Love you all.